Great.
Great. And to prepare ourselves and to dive into the spirit of our conference, we will watch a video clip now before we start our second day of the conference. Please. Welcome, welcome, dear esteemed guests and speakers. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the 6th International IHUD Conference, Horizon of Unity, the Interdependence of Humanity in the 21st Century. Isn't that the perfect topic for this time to meet now and to take a look at this? I'm very curious what this second day will bring. My name is Joachim Christoph Wenelt. I'm a Gestalt therapist and counselor working online with clients from all over the world, and my expertise is the collective intelligence of groups. Today's discussions focus on the pressing and essential theme, the necessity for humanity to recognize itself as an interconnected system and to develop integral approaches that foster holistic understanding across disciplines. This conference highlights the importance of interconnectedness in tackling complex global challenges and shaping a sustainable, harmonious future. Please know that there are simultaneous translations available directly on Zoom in Russian, Turkish, and English. Please select your preferred language in the Zoom interpretation settings in the lower bar. If you'd like to see the full program, the link is now being shared in the chat. I hope everyone can fully participate in a spirit of mutual respect and intellectual curiosity and take away valuable insights. Thank you all for being here. And you come from so many different places. It's such a delight to feel that we come here together in this mutual activity to find out what it means to be interconnected. And now it's my honor to introduce our esteemed director, Professor Ephraim Eliav, who will be delivering the opening speech for this second day of our conference. Professor Eliav is a CAMIA research professor specializing in atomic physics and relativistic quantum chemistry at Tel Aviv University. His research focuses on precision calculations of heavy atomic molecular systems, which are critical for both fundamental physics theories and applied research. His remarkable achievements speak for themselves. He has been the recipient of over 25 international grants and prizes, a testament to the profound impact of his research. He has served as a visiting professor at 15 leading universities across the United States, Canada, Europe, Japan, and China, sharing his expertise with students and scholars worldwide. He has been an invited speaker at more than 50 international conferences and seminars, where his insights have deepened our collective knowledge of the physical world. And his intellectual legacy is cemented in over 140 scientific publications, each a contribution to the advancements of modern science. Professor Eliav's pioneering work continues to drive forward the fields of quantum chemistry and atomic physics, pushing the frontiers of discovery and innovation on a global scale. Today, we have the privilege of hearing directly from him. And I want to add personally, if you ever met him, like I had the privilege, it's such a delight to meet a human like him who has connected the expertise of science with the expertise of the heart, with an open heart to embrace the world. So I'm very delighted that you have the chance now to listen to him and to be with him. He is a visionary whose dedication to knowledge and truth serves as an inspiration to us all. Please go ahead, Mr. Professor Eliav.
Thank you very much, Joachim, for so delighted presentation of me. Good day, dear colleagues and friends. Welcome to the second day of our journey at the 6th International IHUD Conference. Yesterday, we laid a strong foundation exploring humanity interdependence through multiple lenses, from global integration and education to family structures and anthropic principles. Today, we continue this exploration with renewed energy and deeper connections. Our program will take us from the cognitive development of children and seniors to the challenges of social justice in our future society. We'll examine the limits of current progress, explore innovative approaches to child development, and investigate how synergetically unified consciousness reveals true reality. What I found most remarkable about yesterday's sessions was not just the brilliance of individual presentations, but the symphony they created together. Each speaker contributed a unique note, yet collectively they harmonized into a powerful message about humanity's potential when we recognize our fundamental interconnectedness. I noticed many of you engaged in passionate chat discussions during breaks and after sessions. Those spontaneous exchanges where ideas cross-pollinate and new insight emerge represent the living embodiment of our Institute philosophy. Today, I encourage you to continue these conversations and forge new connections. As we face increasingly complex global challenges, the work we are doing here becomes even more crucial. The integrative approaches and unified perspectives we are developing aren't merely academic exercises. They represent practical pathways toward a more harmonious and sustainable future for humanity. So let us approach today's presentations with open minds and connected hearts. Let us listen not only to understand, but to be transformed. And let us remember that in this Zoom room, spanning many countries and numerous disciplines, we are modeling the very future we hope to create. With that, I am delighted to open our second day and ask the moderator, Joachim, to invite our first speaker, Dr. Larisa Peresypkina. Thank you, and may today's journey be both enlightening and unifying. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Eliav. So inspiring to listen to you and to feel your spirit that raises all our spirits. And let's take this for granted. Let's take it seriously, what we heard now from him, that we want to listen with an open mind and with an open heart. And while we connect with each other from all over the world, we will rise ourselves. And I think also when we pass it on, we will rise also humanity in consciousness. And this is what we want to do here together. And now I am honored to introduce our first speaker. It is a privilege to open our program with an exceptional expert whose work has shaped the fields of psychology, education, and management, Dr. Larisa Peresypkina. Welcome to you. You have a PhD in psychology and over 30 years of experience and made significant contributions to education, mental health, and leadership training. She has served for 20 years as a senior tutor at the International Management Institute, LINC, where she trained managers in business, marketing, leadership, including as an instructor for presidential programs. She has also worked extensively in the public health sector, spending 9 years as a medical psychologist at the Moscow Scientific Practical Narcological Center, helping individuals overcome addiction and mental health challenges. Her dedication extends to children's cognitive development, serving since 2022 as a director of Smart One, a center specializing in mental arithmetic, speed reading, and calligraphy. She also represents Warm-Up in the Moscow region and the Hedgehog Academy in Stupino, where she leads programming education for children aged 6 to 16 and organizes international Olympiads in cognitive skills. Beyond her academic and professional achievements, Dr. Peresypkina has conducted over 20,000 individual consultations, worked on youth rehabilitation and conflict prevention programs, and played a pivotal role in adolescent behavior studies and business training. With her vast expertise in education, psychology, and leadership, she brings a unique perspective to today's discussions. The title of her presentation is The Wheel of Cognitive Function Balance, based on her experience and expertise working with children and seniors. Please, Dr. Larisa Peresypkina.
Я настроюсь.
Let me just set up.
Да, дорогие друзья,
Yes, dear friends, I'm very happy to be a participant of this creative, huge event. I'm very grateful for yesterday. I'm happy to greet everyone in our single, friendly collective in this IHUD Institute. My report represents the experience, my experience working with children from 2016, and from since 2024 we've been working with people of silver age. Here you can see me with my student at the All Russia Championship of Intellectual Sports. In 2021, there were thousands of participants in this competition, and we became finalists, and we became one of the top 10 intellectual sports people, athletes, sports people in intellectual sports. And now she studies in medicine. Many of my students are graduating from all kinds of universities and very well socialized. The methodological base for the research is first and foremost the integral paradigm developed under the guidance of Ephraim Eliav. Also, we study brain gymnastics by Paul and Gail Dennison, the Japanese system of brain training, Ruta Kawashima. Ruta Kawashima's research showed that solving simple arithmetic examples, the blood flow in the brain improves considerably in both hemispheres of the brain and creates new neural networks, new neural connections. For the first time, I learned about the method of the circle method by Yulia Chemerinskaya and mnemonic techniques. I studied them from a center advanced organized by Nikolai Yagodkin, and then continued in the club of Konstantin Dudin and from his teacher Vladimir Mangataev, and got the right to teach these techniques. Took part in a couple of university competitions. I learned the application of brain gymnastics for children from one of the most notable specialists in Russia. This program allows a student to detect challenges in the study and professional activity and to find optimal ways of addressing these challenges. One of the key ways to stimulate the brain's activity is natural movement. Physical activity, walking, dancing, swimming helps both hemispheres of the brain. This helps coordination and also thinking. Exercises that physical activities engaging both sides of the body, engage both hemispheres of the brain, and improve memory. Working with children that had problems with attention showed that after regular exercises in balance, coordination, improved their cognitive skills considerably as well. For working with children, we usually apply balance and action by Paul Dennison. Regular exercises help to harmonize the brain. One of the most effective exercises is the hooks exercise. You can do it sitting down, as you can see here. You can do it lying down, standing up, and it relieves stress in just a couple of minutes. And this has been shown by doctors as well. What both children and adults enjoy is some Japanese techniques of brain training, writing for 20 minutes a day, several special exercises for calligraphy, and simple algebra exercises, which also improves the blood flow in the brain. Some practical methods of harmonization working with both children and adults is the key by Hasai Eliav. This method was created by a candidate of medical sciences. He's a famous physician and neurologist. This removes the tension that appears due to stress, and through natural movement of the body restores a resourceful state for the body. I was lucky enough to study from the author these methods from the author himself. Another example is breathwork by Alexei Mamatov, his famous doctor, rehabilitologist. These breathing techniques help to reduce stress. Sometimes I apply when working with children and adults the best ideas from neurographics by Pavel Piskarov. Also, I use very widely unity games and rules of the circle. So in any interaction with children and adults, this has very good influence on forming such a good atmosphere. Interaction according to the rules of the circle includes several aspects. Competition with oneself. So the kids and adults win, they beat themselves at the same time as advancing in their intellectual development. It's very important to have a common good, common success, not just to play, but to play for the common good. The games in the circle necessarily create an atmosphere of joy and creativity, and this is a potential. Helps to develop everyone's potential and create a more harmonious world. First, I studied the circle method of the circle from Yulia Chemirinska. The advantages of the method of the circle include revealing something that's bigger than the sum of the parts. When we follow the rules of the circle, we realize the potential of every participant and of the team as a whole. Also, what helps me in work is a wheel of balance of cognitive function. According to Konstantin Dudin, I'm one of the participants of his club of intelligent people. In the first block, we study memory, concentration, and then we study information processing. We work with the speed of perception, and then we develop practical thinking and other skills. When diagnosing the different cognitive functions, I use the Monreal scale of estimation of cognitive functions. This is good for concentration, for memory, conceptual thinking, counting, and orienting in space. The Monreal scale takes around 10 minutes, and I use similar tasks for not just for diagnosing, but also for working with both children and adults, and this is showing to be very effective. Children of different ages have been studying in a center of creative development for children in the Moscow region, improving their arithmetic skills, thinking skills, which we can see also already on children from six years old, and they enjoy it more as well. endurance, emotional stability, success in different areas of life. So at the same time, in mental arithmetics and sports, they have success in normal study in a ordinary school. The main thing is in art, in music, and the main thing is a good, friendly atmosphere, which appears as a result of interacting according to the rules of the circle. We strengthen friendly relations all around the world, take part in all kinds of competitions 3 or 4 times a year. Our students take part in competitions. Recently, a couple of boys took prizes at a competition in Dubai. The integral approach to training cognitive function develops mutual understanding, mutual help between children of different ages, general connection between the participants, complementing one another, and forming a better group potential of children that study in the same group for several years. This is an example of neurogymnastics in a summer camp. During the summer, we hold events in the format of a summer camp with food, sports, and all kinds of activities. In this video, the teacher, the instructor, is doing a lesson on neurogymnastics, and the children are doing exercises with hand movements.
Каждое занятие включает
Every lesson includes different blocks of activities, balance of gymnastics of the brain, breathing gymnastics, neurogymnastic exercises on the balance, for balance and interaction of the body and the brain. We use a lot from what modern scientists are using. For the first block, we use coordination of the body, hands, and thoughts. The second block is cognitive training of the memory, attention, thought, fast counting, calligraphy, and speed reading. The third block is necessary unity games, developing emotional intellect and teamwork. For each lesson, for each session, we include games. On this slide, these are the most favorite types of gymnastics for the kids. We have many different types of and examples of such exercises. And here, just recently in June 2024, on the basis of active longevity, this was an event for people of silver age. This competition was in a park in Moscow region. Apart from this, we have master classes for seniors. They happen twice a week. These include dialogue, exchanging opinions, doing exercises, 20 minutes of theory and 40 minutes of practice. There are many ways to to do these events, to teach children and adults. We have different types of activities, friendly events, intellectual games, drinking tea, and so on. When each participant shares some successes they had in different areas of life. The main thing here is following the rules of the circle and an integral approach. One of the important criteria is emotional stability. Emotional stability is a key factor of mental development and stability. This shows the extent to which a person can adapt. One of the main signs, markers of emotional stability, we hear from the participants and from their teachers, is positive self-image, and this ability to deal with stress, respect towards others, and the ability to adapt to change. This helps their relationships and constructive interactions in the society, and the ability to see solutions in difficult situations. This helps discipline, motivation, and deal with stress while still achieving success. When they're preparing for Olympiads and all kinds of competitions, their level of stress stays low. They mainly just experience joy. The main goal of working in the group with children and adults is achieving unity and forming sincere mutual understanding. But love of others transcends the individual level and is expressed in the desire to support others. This can happen in two ways: as natural love that happens naturally, and creative love that happens through conscious effort, when they give each other gifts, good mood, concern, strengthening connections, and so on. It's important for every individual to support others, but the main thing, the general level doesn't only depend on everyone's participation, but also the leader. Even if this leader is a child, his ability to inspire the group and stability of the created connections. The integral method is built on the method of group unity and the effect of group interaction. The interaction in the group, people don't just activate the work of the brain activity, but also the ability to adapt to the thoughts and emotions of others. The group potential is a type of group intellect which strengthens the ability of every participant. Thanks to integral interaction through common work, discussions, and mutual support, we can develop new neural connections. One of the ways to practice is changing roles in the group. With children, I let the children choose the group, choose the game they will play at the end of the session, and the child determines the type of the game, where we praise the ability to adapt and to lead, and this forms joy from mutual interaction. And as a result of integral interaction, our children, our adults, we work with intellectual and emotional plasticity, conscious perception of the surrounding world, ecological adaptation to changes, and revealing hidden resources of every participant. And what's even more important is a stable, long-term, a positive effect in the participants, and the environment sets the pace and the quality of development. The more nurturing this environment is, the more and more actively the resources of each participant are revealed. In this helps to compensate for the abilities of every participant. This doesn't only make cognitive training effective, but also places a foundation for emotional and intellectual plasticity, which helps the participants to perceive the world in a more effective way. This can be applied by a wide range of psychologists, health systems, and everyone's interested in long-term development. Thank you for the attention and for the opportunity. I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I think we got a lot of insights, but there might be also a lot of... Sorry, I did not switch on my camera. Here I am. So thank you so much for your insights. And it was a great delight to listen to you. A lot of insights about how to teach the rules and the wisdom of the circle to children and to adults alike. So let's hear if we have some questions in our circle. Would you like to ask something? If you want to ask something, please raise your hand. You can do it like this, and or you can show. It would be easier if you go to reaction and let me show it to you. Like when you go to participants, you can raise your hand, and then I can see if you have something would like to include yourself here. Yasmin, if we don't have questions here in our circle, are there questions in our YouTube channel or on the social media sites?
Yes, Mariam, I see that you posted a question. Where is it from?
From YouTube. I can read it. How to establish productive interaction with parents during cognitive training for children.
Очень хороший вопрос, потому что взаимодействие педагога, детей
It's a
и
great question because the interaction of the children, the parents is key, and when the study is paid for, and the parents following their success, their development, it's very important for them to be able to see it. When we at all kinds of events, we fill in reports and make sure they feel their progress and make them the participants in the process. We also congratulate the champions together with the group. They study in, and the whole group congratulates the winners, and the parents are there as well. We also have unity meals and discussions of different new projects we have. And we strive to create a council of parents. When I was in America, I saw how in a kindergarten they have a group of people that graduated a while ago, but they're so grateful to the people that they worked with that they continue even after leaving, even after the children have long graduated and studying at a university or somewhere else, they still take part. I do different trainings on the rules of the circle in order to unite the parents.
Great, thank you. I think it's great to listen to the different approach. It's one approach, but different goals, different directions. And we have more questions here from YouTube and from the participants, but I would like to ask a question here. If you would like to say more about what are the major differences if you teach the wisdom of the rules of the circle to children or to adults. What are the major differences? Maybe it's all the same, but what would you say out of your experience?
Ну, если говорить, очень спасибо, интересный вопрос. Если говорить о
I think that's an interesting question. Speaking of the rules of the circle and the principles of the circle, then there isn't such a big difference in the method I do following when I write the rules of the circle. I print them out, and the children pull out. For example, they came to a summer intensive training. In the first lesson, I do this kind of interactive session. They read the rules of the circle and they discuss how they understood it. Then the second one explains, then a third, and then when 10 kids read them, I asked them, will we apply these rules? They say yes, and it's for the 10 days we'll be doing this. And then one of the following days I asked, what's your favorite rule we discussed yesterday, let's say? And then on the 5th day, they already know all the rules, they don't break them, and then they go to study in further courses with the whole team, and they want to live with these rules. And that's how I work with adults as well. We either read them out or we emphasize certain things, why I will apply it or I won't. But usually there are no objections. These rules are very well formulated, so I'm very grateful to the team that did them. Very thankful to that team.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so what I'm hearing is you want to learn the rules, but you also need to make a decision that you want to apply the rules. I think this is important for us as a reminder for when we collect our insights here. So I look at our time here, and we are already up with time. I'm sorry, there are more questions. If there are more questions, please send them to our email at conference.ihud@gmail.com, and the presenter will respond to them later, and we are happy to receive them. So thank you so much again for your presentation. It was very insightful. Thank you. So I am happy now. Let's take a moment, we transition from one topic to the other, and to just realize this, I want to remind you, we want to listen with an open mind, with an open heart. We're in connectedness. The more we are connected, the bigger is our vessel, the more insights we will learn. So let's also feel our connection here as we keep moving on the second day of our beautiful conference. So as we feel the connection here, we will go to the next presentation, and I'm very excited and happy to present to you Dr. Aleksander Kozlov. And Dr. Kozlov is a PhD in economics, content editor and lecturer based in Russia and Israel. With expertise in economic analysis, policy, and education, he brings valuable insights from both academia and practice. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Aleksander Kozlov, and the presentation of his is titled The Limits of Progress, Challenges, Contradictions, and Crises in Search of a New Scientific Paradigm. So please, and this will again be in Russian, just to remind you, please select your translation channel directly on Zoom in your language. And now please go ahead, Dr. Kozlov.
Да, благодарю, Joachim, за такое представление прекрасное.
Thank you, Joachim, for the wonderful introduction. Thank you very much. Hello, dear colleagues. It's very pleasant to hear these reports, and I'm overjoyed that I was able to listen to almost all of the reports, and now I feel like maybe even respond a little bit to some, there is a cross-reference to some of the information that I wanted to present as well with these wonderful presentations that we already heard. As a small, short introduction, my report relates to development progress. It is a global topic, a universal topic. This is a group that started small but began to grow, and it started just with very short pieces of short papers, and then as we started to grow and reach out to higher ups, more accomplished individuals, successful in their fields, those who would help us to convey our message, those who were already beginning to feel the powerful crisis that's setting in and the necessity for a new paradigm that's knocking in the door of humanity. But then our knowledge, our understanding of this problem, we can only present it in a limited fashion. I literally remember having just one piece of paper that which I would take into various meetings, and it felt to us that, oh, this is enough, sufficient. We could explain everything with this one piece of paper, and then we can move to the new paradigm. But now, as it turns out, that's not the case. In order to reach a great many people, we need a very serious amount of research, very deep, profound communication of the material. We have published lots of different reports, participated in many conferences, including international ones, and all the continents of the world, and we were always polishing our information. And it turns out that our information, it's not quite as compact. It requires more and more additional angles and explanations. So that's what I'm going to try to share with you. And this conference in itself allows us to feel more and more arguments, more and more examples and approaches and views, and we complement each other. And as a result, we polish our message, which becomes more and more integral and more and more effective for the world to respond to. So let's begin. Parallel to this, I need to show my presentation. Here, I have it on my end as well. Slideshow. I hope that everything is clear and visible. So I wanted to touch upon a few different aspects and perhaps maybe respond to them as well together. So what do we understand as progress? The world talks about it a lot. There are lots of problems that come up as a result. And essentially, we have a certain stable understanding in the world of progress as something linear. But let's review some of these characteristics together. Is progress as the step-by-step development forward? Is it an increase in certain parameters, maybe consumer consumption or services or knowledge, maybe certain conveniences as we understand it in terms of transportation or communication or connection between people? These are all correct, all these things, but it does not provide us with a comprehensive view as to why progress is reached a dead end and why we find ourselves in this systemic crisis that humanity is trying to find, or at least pretending like it's trying to find a way out. But we understand that these solutions are not comprehensive and they're not effective in allowing us to bring humanity out of this crisis. So we can already begin to reflect some of these things as how does humanity see progress? First of all, access of time, that each new period of time is better than the one that came before it. That's a common understanding of progress, but now we can understand that if we look at history, that from the time of starting with perhaps the scientific revolution, or even before, when we're talking about the Renaissance of humanity, ever since then, philosophy and sciences, they've been talking about linear progress, a continual improvement and upgrade of humanity. But here now, for the first time, our generation is facing the possibility that our children are going to have a worse life than us, and slowly but surely, more and more people are coming to terms with this, and we're seeing now that we're looking at a collapse, a breakdown, and so forth. Now, of course, on the one hand, we have all sorts of parameters that are growing, but in terms of happiness, in terms of the human life becoming more satisfying, more fulfilling to a person's inner development. Of course, we're not seeing this at all. At the same time, we're also seeing that we understand that progress is inevitable, right? We are always adding more knowledge, and each new period comes with more knowledge, greater development. On the one hand, we see. On the other hand, we see a degradation in education, in reading. Far fewer people are reading. Education scores are coming down. It doesn't help us that we have all these tools, calculators. People just don't have basic skills to do even, just to remember basic things. Forget about, let alone any understanding like of comprehensive history or anything like that. We're already seeing that all these quantitative measurements, they are insufficient. We're seeing that we have arrived at a systems crisis. We're in a crisis where we now need to look at and find new motivations, new stimuli to develop humanity, new models. We can even say that whereas before, previously, when we looked at progress as a picture that we would aspire to from those utopians, those following maybe Marxism or like various other socialistic ideas, right? There was always a picture, a specific picture that everyone aspired to, right? That this is the standard, and you're going to be happy if you have, 2 telephones, a car, a house, and maybe some other means of transportation. But today we see that practically, in order to come to understand progress and development, we need to overcome, and in order to overcome the Congress where humanity finds itself, we need completely different criteria. And we see that progress is no longer a straight line. It is a sum of vectors, perhaps maybe like seemingly disconnected, where we need to bring into harmony lots of different contradictory processes. And for this, we need to understand the laws of development, understand the purpose of development, And then we would begin to understand where we are going and how we can begin solving our problems. Now, how can we now we can understand certain moments, like certain things, right? Technology and economics, they do not solve our core problems. They just do not. There are lots of challenges and changes that are currently underway. And these new challenges, they are compelling us to think of the core issues, core reasons, right? Recently, we went through the coronavirus, the first like truly global crisis that affected everyone, all of us, or say, entire environmental challenges, or the threat of nuclear war, right? The threats, the problems are now global. And what do we want to say about this? That on the one hand, we see that if we do not solve these problems, then the crisis is becoming sharper, more threatening. But most importantly, it's not only that we're solving the crisis and then we come back to a stable, fulfilling life. No, but each new challenge, we're learning to accept it, to see it as an invitation for humanity to continue its inner growth, not certain superficial measurements, but a person's inner development, inner growth. And this thesis, when we're talking about a new paradigm, searching for a new paradigm, then we need to highlight this important aspect that it's not just that we're looking to deal with crisis, with challenges, but we want to come to a new level, a new degree of development. Each new crisis is inviting us to come to this higher degree. And then we can look at these crises not as tragedies, not as difficult periods in humanity, in history, but as an important instrument towards our development. And then we shift the center, the burden, from solving certain superficial factors to solving the internal growth of humanity. I think this is the turning point, essentially, where we begin to realize that we need to change mankind, not the world around us. We need to develop internally with ourselves and be ready to new challenges, because the process of development does not stop. It has to continue. And consequently, we're going to be ready not just to solve them and continue leading good lives, but to understand that there will be new challenges ahead, and accordingly, we will be ready to meet them by rising to that higher level and continuing to bring our development to a higher level of development. We can, in my report, I have a conclusion that the postmodern period, and it's not just us saying it, but the world is pretty much accepted that this is the end of all development. We have already books and reports from various researchers that talk about this. And from here, we see that the process that underscores, that concludes here at the end of postmodern period, it's where humanity is taking the maximum efforts. Some are still trying, but it's basically just fading away, right? When individualism, the rights of the individual over the rights of society, where the individual can have the maximum degree of freedom, we see that it's taking the most perverse forms, where we have all sorts of problems that are happening as a result. So it brings us to this dead end, not in the sense that humanity is finished developing, but it's the old paradigm that has run dry, that no longer sustains itself. And how can we characterize this period now, this crisis that is ongoing? It's not just the loss of our bearing, essentially. We see now that our previous bearings no longer work. But moreover, people just stop understanding each other, where the world is just breaking down into various pieces. There's a schism. I don't think we've ever experienced the type of schisms we're experiencing currently. We don't have a common view of the future. We don't have a common model, a common set of ideas for development, common goals, right? And if we are answering this question, then certainly by this we are showing the way out of this crisis. So it's not just the picture of this utopian model that we need to give. When we work on our integral model of the world, we can, on the one hand, we can write out certain sets of ideas and thoughts, and even allude to certain sources, but we understand that any picture is erroneous by default. We need to make people understand that the main goal is to develop together internally. We're going to talk in the future. We don't have to go into specifics because we can't even really imagine specifically what challenges we're going to meet, what models we will develop. The most importantly, it's the goal, the internal goal, that is to develop mankind internally, to make that is the main principle of our growth, the main of progress. It doesn't mean that the world around us is going to be safe, secure, necessarily, but we can describe certain characteristics of overcoming the crisis with certain level of confidence. And today I bring them to you. When we speak of the new paradigm, we want to begin right away that we want to show that there is a certain picture of the future. I've seen these pictures before, especially I remember one particular meeting where I was invited to this center in India, and they showed me like a paradise. Literally, they showed me like a person that's born, and they showed me specifically like what nature would be like, what society would be like, life, how what stars will shine, how people will feel, even this model of heaven on earth, paradise on earth. And the way it was presented, you can imagine I was looking at it with a smile on my face. But these, none of us, I'm sure, wouldn't presume to give a model of a specific picture of how it would manifest itself externally. But internally, yes, we can. We can. The laws of a personal internal development and society's development, we understand that this progress it has a goal. It's purposeful. It's designed to develop mankind, and each new challenge that comes to us from externally, we look at the pandemic or threat of war or any manipulation of human DNA, that they can turn us into robots and make us do whatever they want. Any threats, all these challenges. This is all meant to bring us to a new level internally within individual and as society. So these challenges are going to increase and get exacerbated, and development is going to get faster and faster. Of course, we can also say with certainty that there's no rest for the wicked, so to speak. We don't need to promise anyone any fantasies, any sweet pictures, but instead we need to explain to them the purpose of development. And as we move forward, we need to grow deeper in our explanations and explain that not only that why we need to do it, but the question now becomes, do we have enough time? Because this development is always happening along the razor's edge. The process is always very difficult, and consequently, time is constantly pushing us forward. We're always feeling that if we don't deal with these things in time, then truly we may see some tragic results. And we, of course, need to relate to this with the full level and degree of responsibility. Now, what is our integral approach? First of all, it is aimed at the person's internal development, internal transformation. So the question becomes not, the main question is not what we will get from progress, what benefits, what bonuses, but who will we become and how will we be? That will be the main question for us. Further, all the levels that are currently happening in the world, we can also break down into 4 levels: inanimate, vegetative, animate, and human, and then we can look for solutions on those levels as well, and even higher than that. We cannot look for a level of a solution for nuclear war on the level of inanimate, right? In order to solve that challenge, we need to rise above nuclear physics, whatever it can give us and describe for us, all sorts of security protocols against nuclear arms. No, we need to understand human interaction, human development, how to solve problems on the human level, because on the technical level, we cannot find that solution. The same thing with the coronavirus. It brings us now from a biological level to a completely different level. And again, we need to rise above, and so forth. Each challenge forces us, compels us to rise higher in terms of our internal growth. We cannot solve it with medicine, with weapons, with information. We will need to learn to live, really, to understand one another. This is what we're trying to achieve in our integral approach. Now, what else can I add? Now we're approaching the solution. Yesterday, I heard in a report, I heard a solution that the most important thing that will help us is a love of others in our spiritual development. Yes, that's correct. But when we say this to others, to people, they're not always ready to accept it, and we're not always able to explain what we mean by those terms. So we're looking for other, more accessible approaches in our explanations of these problems. And I've highlighted here the ability to feel one another is the foundation for a stable world. To speaking plainly, love will save the world, you can say. Love of others is the key to all problems. But to understand what love of others means and how to actualize it in practice, when people are at each other's throats with an iron grip that you can't even pull them apart, then at the very least we need to understand what we mean when we say it, that we need to feel another as like myself, to accept his existence, to feel his desires, to understand that we're all different and we will always be different. We're never going to be able to come to consensus, but we can only accept that we are as we are, and we're going to become even more spiky, thorny, and different, and to understand, to learn to feel one another, not only to accept it, that there are others and that we're different, but also to really feel each other. And upon this, to learn to look for models of coexisting, of survival. We need to speak with real terminology such as this, not in our idealistic terminology. So we need to use these as we approach the world, the unity of many and different ones. How do we, being as different as we are, as contradictory and capricious, we all know each other. We all know ourselves and how people are, and everyone understands it. We cannot try to smooth over these aspects, these characteristics. On the one hand, moreover, we need to underscore that we're going to become even more different, even more multifaceted, and each one will manifest his own individuality, each person, each individual, and each nation. And at the same time, we need to learn to coexist. This is the main law of unification. the unity of many and different people, individual, unique people. It's we can't. It seems impossible to unite all these things, but we have no choice. We don't only need to accept it, but in this paradigm, this is where we need to look for a solution. That's the most important thing. And understanding that this diversity and differences, it's not a deficiency or flaw, that we're never going to be the same. On the contrary, this is a benefit. This is a treasure that we are able to complement each other fully up to a perfect state if we learn to take all of these individual unique qualities and start using them with while considering all each other and our entire society, our soul, or whatever term you want to use. This seemingly simple thesis, it seems simple, but we need to learn to explain it, to demonstrate it, and to propagate it, and to check it on many different levels. By the way, for over 20 years now, we've been doing circles and workshops and lectures and all sorts of exhibitions and events, presentations, anything you can think of. And when we learn with, I work with a lot of teachers and instructors in kindergartens, you feel that how this approach is being absorbed in on any level, on the level of kindergarten, on the level of elementary, high school, even university level, and so forth. We can bring it and communicate it on all levels. And so this unity of many, we need to describe it and explain it and try to show that this works in practice. And these for this, are the practical tools that we have, they're very persuasive. So, and here we come to a very careful proposition. How can we imagine the model of the future? Of course, we don't have any specific images or pictures, but the fact that a person, the world cannot become like a singular. No, it needs to become multipolar, multifaceted. We have lots of different centers of consciousness that are forming a new global system of ethics. We all grew up primarily in the Western paradigm and Western views of the world, but there are just as rich and vibrant models in China, in the Middle East, in Latin America, in Africa, everywhere. And we need to accept the right of every single one to complement the world with himself. We cannot disdain, we cannot educate someone else on human rights or institute or impose like Western values onto other people. But precisely by being very careful, approach and relate very carefully to all the different nations and think of how we can complement each other, how we can make this picture very multifaceted and diverse. Under no circumstances do we want to, can we afford to lose all of these different elements. Only together we can reach a common solution. These are the things, the elements that we need to consider. We need to understand that they stem out of spiritual laws. It's not something that just it's not some hypotheses that some fantasies that we concocted. This is our tool of investigation, how we take spiritual laws and start implementing them painstakingly, carefully, start educating, communicating, and ourselves growing and educating ourselves. So I think that this is a very practical challenge and mission for all of us, and this is what we're doing. This is where we're exerting all of our time and efforts and talents. This is the practical work. And of course, we receive great satisfaction from it. On this, I'm going to conclude. Of course, if I'm not stopped, I can continue for much more time than I have been allotted. I'm going to try to not do that. If there are questions, then please go ahead and ask them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kozlov. We would love to hear more, but actually this is true. We have running out of time. So thank you, first of all, for this strong and beautiful presentation here. And we have lots of questions, but I think we can only take one now. And we have a question here from our participant. And please, Gregory Notkin, would you like to raise your question?
Спасибо. Во-первых, спасибо за доклад. Это самое важное, пожалуй, что было сказано.
First of all, thank you very much. I think this is the most important thing that we've heard so far, that there cannot be unification without taking into consideration the differences, diversity of people among all people and nations, their religions, and so forth. But the question remains, how can we be one politically, especially when there are countries with totalitarian, authoritarian regimes where human rights are being trampled and crushed. And typically it's these countries that start wars. As the more these leaders remain in power, we know this from history, from experience. This aspect of political tyranny, how can it be resolved when we're dealing with such regimes? Is there a solution for it when we're dealing with something like this? Friends, maybe I didn't succeed in explaining this, but our research brings us to a point that our life is not going to get better in this world. It's not that we're looking to, how to correct this thing or that thing, how to impose our views on someone else, or maybe it's impossible. We simply need to understand that all challenges, including those that you referenced, they are given to us purposefully in order to make us grow and develop, and they are necessary. Otherwise, humanity is not going to develop. If the humanity is not going to be pushed and prodded to search for solutions. Now, you're living with this question, right? And you are forced to look for an answer, even though it may seem to me, oh, it would have been nice to solve this problem this way. No, but it won't be solved. There will be even more problems as a result. What we're saying is that we don't stop progress here. Progress doesn't end here. It means that any problem is forcing us to continue developing and look for solutions. If there was no problem, then we wouldn't be looking for solutions. We'd be living somewhere on a desert island, eating coconuts and fighting each other over coconuts. And our problems would be that one of us, took the biggest, most colorful feather, and that's what created the conflict. And now we're going to go to war over it. The problems are the same, and they're going to continue. That's why the most important thing to understand is that everything is purposeful, including the behavior of elites and leaders, the conflicts between different people and countries. This is a necessary and essential process. And thank God it is forcing us to develop, at least us, right? And all of the world as well. That's why I have no problems with anyone. Everything is going just as it should be, and I think that we need to justify the laws of development that the world is developing by, and simply to understand the purpose that they serve, and to look for solutions internally and not externally. That's it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kozlov. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your answer here. It was very insightful and meaningful to us. And if there are more questions, please send them to our common email address, conference.ihud@gmail.com, and the presenters will be happy to answer them. So before we transition to the next presenter, please let's implement what we heard. Maybe we hear many contradicting aspects. Maybe some things don't really sit well or we don't understand. And let's include this. Let's take an integral perspective on this to allow these different aspects that we are hearing just to be here. They don't need to be one. They can be diverse, as we just heard right now. To allow diversity as a foundation that we go into a higher level, as we heard now, of unity. So let's implement this as we transition into the next presentation. And I'm very happy to move on to our next speakers. And this is Ms. Natalya Mavrina and her co-presenter Lana Konkova. Ms. Mavrina is director of the children's vocal and choral studio Happy Childhood in Moscow. She is the visionary leader behind the studio, shaping its educational philosophy and fostering a creative, nurturing environment for children. With her extensive experience in arts education, she has successfully guided the development of countless young performers. Joining her is Ms. Lana Konkova, a highly skilled methodologist who specializes in the development of educational strategies within the studio. With a focus on integrating innovative approaches, Ms. Konkova plays a pivotal role in ensuring that every child's creative potential is realized while nurturing their cognitive and emotional growth. Together, they embody the spirit, both Ms. Mavrina and Ms. Konkova, the spirit of interdisciplinary collaboration and innovation. So please join me in welcoming you. And this is the title of our presentation here, Application of the Integrative Approach in the Development of Children aged 6 to 11 years using the example of the vocal and choral studio Happy Childhood in Moscow. Welcome, please.
Да, здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Очень рада быть частью такой прекрасной, огромной команды.
Hello, dear colleagues. We're happy to be
Я
part
и
of
моя
such
коллега
a
Лана
team.
Конькова представляем музыкальный отдел интегрального искусства и культуры Института ИХУД.
Our project is the integral approach in developing children using the example of vocal choral studio. We are musicians, music teachers. It's not a secret to anyone, as Alexander said, previous speaker, the development of sensitivity, the ability to feel another, is the foundation of the world. And that's what we do. Music is a very soft, good, ecological, and beautiful language of interaction between people. Why did we choose such an age, 6 to 11 years? This is a very important age for children, for development in children. They, on the one hand, they're very developed. On the other hand, very plastics psychology. This is an age when, in place of fairy tales, the song comes to his life, and he can feel the force of love, the force of good, and he chooses this, and he learns about the good in this world, and it's important so that he subsequently has the strength to fight the evil he faces in his life. And the third thing is that's an age when a child used to build vertical relationships with the mother, with the father, and me, and now suddenly he begins to build horizontal relationships. My experience before this project, I worked in different government organizations, and I can confirm that the modern approach to the study lags behind the needs of the children that the children have at this age. They want to explore the world, they want to be creative, and usually the education system gives templates and set rules to study. They usually get ready solutions, the standard of creativity, of art. And we see this especially in performance. And we see that a child, after studying at a classical music school, he loses his enthusiasm maybe for a while and maybe for his whole life. I have experienced that sometimes directors of music schools would insist that a child wouldn't study at a school. They would kick them out because they didn't see a result in his success. And we often don't understand that the problem is not the child, but the system of education, the approach of the teacher to the student, lack of enthusiasm, lack of contact between the teacher and the student. And it's good that that particular parent found another place for the student to learn, and then the student became a successful musical educator. And there are many examples of such success stories. I was a teacher at a state school, music school in Russia, and I went off to do my own thing. And I went into choral studies. I worked with choirs because that's it's a good way to apply these principles we're talking about. And I'm passing on to Lana, who I'm working with. She will talk about herself a little bit. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be a part of such an amazing team. Hello to all the presenters, to the hosts, and to all the listeners. My experience is opposite. I learned at a jazz college, and which preferred people that didn't have experience. The entry commission said, they said, we accept those that aren't spoiled with the traditional classical music education. Classical musicians often find it very challenging to improvise. Another experience I received when I taught music education according to Karl Orff. After several lessons, children would play a composition they made themselves, and it took them very little time to progress, and they didn't have any specialized studies in theory. They just learned in the form of play. Natalya and I, we organized a choir, and we knew about the integral paradigm, and we respect its principles. Natalya is a co-author of Integral Games that soon is going into print. Natalya invited me to the Institute and to the project. The method we are working on is oriented on towards the needs of the children and their parents. We understand how big of a problem it is, to find a creative studio for a child that will keep his enthusiasm, develop his interest for art. We combine on this slide the three main criteria for the parents. First, every parent wants the approach to be individual and focused on their child, so he can express himself. Next, the attitude of the child to the art form, to the creativity. When the best thing is when he has the desire to continue his study, he becomes active and creative. Third, the relationships between children in the group. They often, parents often put their children in groups so they find friends and interact with others. And on the next slide, we've gathered the way the situation really is in the modern schools. The reality will look according to the same criteria. What can the classical system offer us? Approach to the student, lack of individual approach, lack of a system for creative search and self-expression is not praised. Second, attitude, the relationship of the student to his activity. What's really interesting to the child isn't taken into account. There is a program and it's put into place. The attitudes, the relationships in the group. One of the main concepts of the current approach to study is based on the competitive principle, inside of which there is a individual student competition. It's more this is more similar to sports. I'd like to share a case from my experience. A musician friend called me and said that the parents of my child, who's a student, attacked me and asked me why is my child not going to the competition. When I said that the child isn't ready, she was accused that the student isn't ready, and she was so stressed about it that she was about to leave the college. I'd like to share a quote from progressive American educator and philosopher John Dewey. We take away children's future if we continue to teach them the same way we used to teach them in the past. And he said these words at the beginning of the 20th century. What could the alternative education be to correct the situation of authoritativeness, intimidation? We know that in any educational process, we can apply the integral approach, where instead of hatred, there is love. Instead of competition, there is friendship. In practice, it happens the following way. There is an environment for safe creativity, creative output, creative search. We use the power of the group for collective participation. The child is an active participant. The integral approach helps us to widen the boundaries. And as a result of the educational process, the child finds new solutions. He improves his creativity, and new connections are formed. Educator, child, parent. The parents are invited into the process. The connection between parents and children is improved. The connections between children is improved, and or children develop new flexible skills. We are now going to look at the essence of the method. So Natalya and I were singing in women's adult choir in the Russian language. We sang together means to reach unity in action. So we achieved this unity and in thought and action. So the music and the integral method combined, and we understood that the choir is the ideal place to apply the integral approach. This is exactly where we want to realize the idea by taking out and revealing the inbuilt skills in a child in the modern world. Here are the goals of the project. Our general goal is to develop, implement, and spread the method of integral development for children in creative studios. The first is to test the effectiveness of the integral approach for development of children in the school age. The second is to formulate the concept of the development of a children's choral studio that will help harmonious development of children, taking into account their individual characteristics and needs. The third is to develop the methodology for a specialist called musical creativity for children using the integral approach. A number of games and exercises for children and parents according to the rules of the circle, and a course and preparation of teachers of integral creative studios. And our team, we'd also like to create our team to realize the project and develop this project further. On this slide, we've listed what principles our studio is based on. First, development instead of forming. We're not creating artificial limits. We don't demand a student to be stuck in an old form. We grow their talents. We allow place for creative search. The second principle, from outside inwards rather than from inside outwardly. We focus on the results of information outside rather than inside. The third, each one is necessary and needed. What we need is desire. We don't have a selection process according to specific requirements. The fourth principle, common creativity instead of competition. We can't have a situation when only one person is soloing. So when instead of negative emotion, we feel positive emotion, and we all solo, everyone gets to go. And the fifth is, through all the previous factors, we get a special atmosphere of joy, elevation, supporting atmosphere that appears as a result of correct unity of the whole group. On this slide, we analyze the traditional and integral approach according to four criteria. First, the way of interacting with theoretical material. Unlike schools where we study using mechanical memorization, we use a lot of games and exercises. The atmosphere, there is competition, here it's partnership and support. In an ordinary school, when will there be a concert? I will play it. With us, it's a fast performances, 3 to 4 weeks. They include into a team, they get courage and joy. He needs to adapt and become proactive. The channels of perception. In a classical school, it's a very narrow transmission of information. In an integral approach, we use all the channels of perception, movement, images, colors, sounds, and so on. And the fourth, in the classical school, we form a performer. In our approach, we awaken a creator, an improviser, a composer. Here we've listed the instruments, the tools of integral approach that are applied in the studio and that we use. Of course, everything starts from the thought idea, then we need a team. And by the way, we're inviting anyone who's willing to enter our team. The third, what tools this is realized through. What do we realize? The rules of the circle are used in all the discussions. There is a group with different ages to realize tutorship. We have a 3-part lesson when we set a task and analyze the lesson at the end. This develops many skills, including critical thinking that's very deficient right now in people. The integral valuation of success, achievements, regular performances, and integral interaction with the parents, strengthening family ties, adding and creates the conditions to apply the integral approach into the system. We are planning to add the principle of tutorship in the group, to create a portfolio, to increase the responsibility, the feeling of responsibility and participation. And we'd like to add thematic tours. On Sunday, there will be such a tour, such an excursion. The presentation was formed in February, and now this will put this in practice. Yes, next weekend we'll go to a park and spend a day together with the children and the parents. So here there are some testimonials, there's some common results, love for music, engagement and creativity, freedom and confidence on stage, development of other talents, dance, rhythm. Children are admitted into musical schools. The interest grows and desire to continue studying grows. Individuality and the ability to work in a team. When we work together, something magical happens. It doesn't happen inside of us, it happens between us. On the next slides, we can see pictures of our performances. And to sum up, we'd like to say the following. The integral approach to developing a child in a choral studio, happy childhood, takes into account the psychological typology of a child, the age characteristics, individual qualities, the desires of the child, and his natural skills, natural strong sides. It unites singing, rhythmics, speech, dance, playing musical instruments, psychology, games, and communicative exercises. One of the main benefits of our method, we consider the creation of a good environment, good meaningful environment for a child. The experience of work in the choral studio has shown the effectiveness of the integral method. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for this presentation, Ms. Mavrina and Ms. Konkova, for this captivating presentation. I have to say, your insights have truly been inspiring. And we would like to take this inspiration and see how our participants are being inspired by you. And so we open the floor to our participants and invite for questions and also from our online audience through social media channels. So this is an excellent opportunity for everyone to engage directly with our esteemed speakers and gain further insights. Wow, I see 2 questions here already. And so I think ladies first here. So please, if you would like to ask your question, Larisa from Moscow.
Спасибо. Спасибо, огромное спасибо.
Thank you very much. I received a huge joy from the fact that there's such a studio. The question is, do you work? How long do you? How do you work with the parents? We're always in touch with the parents, and all the events we discuss, arrange with the parents. We're always in touch with the parents, and we are planning an even tighter contact because we've just started. I've been planning to develop a method book for the parents, so these principles are strengthened in the family. So this happens in practice. As an educator, I'd like to learn from you and visit you and maybe even take part. I think this is amazing. It would be amazing to maybe I could help you in my field of work. This is very intriguing. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. So this is how it works. We are connecting our wisdom, and so the wisdom will go bigger and bigger and raise all of us. So yes, also in our team, we've been very much inspired. And so this one question came up here for us is, if you would like to pinpoint to tell us how does music help to develop social skills? How does music help to develop social skills?
Поскольку музыка
Since music is a sensitive language, it teaches a child to want to connect to another. When I listen to music and I don't like it, but with the help of an educator, the child learns to make sense of it, to find a place for it. The social skills, even performances, when we go on stage, we feel more at ease. Someone who performs more, he builds connections with others more easily. It's easier for them to come up and talk to someone. And the fact the music comes from inside, in such lessons, they feel that they have something beautiful inside of them. They're not afraid to look inside, and they learn to build connections with others. And when this happens in a choir, the process of interaction is very important. Listening to others, we are singing together. It's not that we are learning to sing together, we learn to interact. It's a certain sensitivity that improves us. Yes, and we give a place to one another. The fact that we're different, we accept this, and we allow a place for everyone, so we connect. And so we are able to see that we are different and how great it is that when we are together. And another thing, when we connect when we unite voices in a choir, we try to sing in such a way that I don't listen to myself, but I listen to others. But naturally, we only listen to ourselves because we usually listen to our own voice.
Wow, 4 great insights I just heard here. Just want to highlight them, really. So we are learning with music a sensitive language. So this is beautiful. We are also bridging the gap between inside and outside, because there's an expression from inside and outside. And then there's also the other way around, from outside inside. This is also what I'm hearing. And what we are learning also is that we are different. You can sing in a different voice than I can sing, and this can come together. This is the learning here that I'm taking. Thank you so much. And do we have one, maybe, Yasmin, do you allow us for one more question? Okay, great. Please, Rustam, would you like to raise your question?
My question is just out of interest. How do you make sure every child feels important and engaged in the group activity, especially when children can have different levels of skills and comfort in music? Here, it's very important for educator to be attentive, especially in the first lessons, to be very attentive to the child. Children love praise a lot, and we use this a lot often, because we say that our lesson is in 3 parts. We gather the children together, we tune them for teamwork, and at the end of the lesson we say, what did you succeed in, what you didn't manage to do? And this also brings them closer together. Yes, and in addition to that, as we already said, there are no criteria of selection. There's no negative experience when they say something like, oh, well, you don't have a good ear, because in the space of the choir, he will develop this ear, musical hearing. We have a lot of experience with children that some children didn't get admitted into a music college, but the children are so talented that they win contests eventually, because this process makes miracles happen.
Normally we look at contests in this, but it's not so much about this. This is what I'm hearing. And what I learn here is, with your musical education of children, I believe you are actually teaching them a specific attitude toward each other and towards life. So I think we still have the time, if you would like to address again, what is the attitude that you are teaching the children to themselves and to others in your education of music?
Да, это очень хорошие все вопросы.
Yes, these are great questions. Thank you so much. Such interesting questions, deep questions. I can say that the special attitude is sensitivity towards others, focus on the other. And in our practice, we take a lot, everything starts from the family, and we take a lot of songs about the mother, the father, granddad, grandma, and we teach them to give creative gifts to their family and say some things that can't be said. Through a song, I can express something I cannot say in words. to a person, and the song is like a lifesaver, because the song opens your heart, and it's very hard to sing something you don't agree with. Maybe I didn't answer the question.
Spasiba Bolshoi. Song can be a lifesaver. Let's take this. Applause to our presenters here. Thank you so much. Let's continue to save our lives here as we are together, and to find the song that saves all of us and saves humanity. So I think it's a great way to pause here, to take this, what we heard now. Thank you so much again from 3 presentations here today. Now we will have a break now, and this will be the chance for us to deepen our awareness of what we learned. And I just want to say that we know this from the learning in environments and from learning science. The learning many times happens in the breaks, and because then the insights can settle and all what we heard can connect with each other. And let's take this chance to do that now, to allow our brain and our heart to learn, because there's already in the first 3 presentations, we heard some crucial learning points. First of all, the wisdom of the circle and the rules there. We learned about diversity being a means for a higher unity, right? And now we learn about music as a connection between inside, outside, and unifying in a very diverse way, people, children, and adults alike. So this is just some highlights here for us to keep delving in. And we will have a break now, and you will have the chance to stretch your legs, to make a coffee, to take a bio break. We will meet again at around, not around exactly, I hope, 17:05 Israel time, and this is 16:05 Central European time. So that's about 10 minutes. And appreciate again our presenters here, your participation with open mind, open heart. We'll meet again in 10 minutes. Thank you.
What we see here is a starling murmuration. 100,000 individual birds flying together in unison. Look at the beauty, the wholeness, the harmony. Breathe it in. Sense the perfection of nature. Its balance, its infinite potential. When these starlings are together, they're strong, they're smart, they're beautiful. They can fight predators, they can find food, they protect each other. And the incredible thing here is that they're only following simple rules of proximity and speed. And when they do, every single one of them something new emerges. A collective consciousness. What if we humans can act in that same state of harmony, the same state of connection? Could we also tap into that immense power and sensation that we feel from just looking at these birds on the screen? Could we experience this kind of connection in every aspect of our lives? Could we find a guiding light that will bind us to a force so strong, yet so far from where we are now? Yes, we can. We need to want this state for ourselves, for our families, for our loved ones, for our communities, for our countries, for the whole world. We can find this force in our connection, in a state of collective consciousness where we feel as one, where each individual maximizes their fullest potential together with the collective, bringing balance not just to themselves, but to all those around them, to all of humanity. But unlike the starlings, this does not come natural to us. We need to grow, we need to choose it, we need to want it, to need it. It's all up to us.
In the universe are billions of galaxies.
In our galaxy are billions of planets. But there is only one Earth.
For most of our history, humans lived in harmony with nature.
But we have shattered that balance.
Exploiting our planet for products and wealth. Creating a climate catastrophe, driving species to extinction.
And polluting our land, seas, and air.
The web of life is fraying. If it fails, we as a species will fail too.
The science is clear, and time is running out.
We must go from harming our planet to healing it.
We must protect what we have and bring back what we lost to advance to a more sustainable future where everyone can thrive.
Humanity has come together before to prevent environmental catastrophes.
We have helped repair the ozone layer. We have restored millions of hectares of land and marine ecosystems, protecting thousands of species. And we've banned dangerous pollutants,
saving countless lives.
Let those victories be the torches that ignite more action and illuminate the path to a world in which we are once again at peace with nature.
In the universe are billions of galaxies. In our galaxy are billions of planets. But there is only one Earth.
Solo un planeta Tierra.
只有一个地球.
Keval एउटै पृथ्वी.
Bara en jord.
Dunia ni moja tu.
So, welcome back. Welcome back to our beautiful conference today. Let's feel again that we come together. We are together and we are being inspired by presenters from many different places. And we will continue now. And we are happy to continue to explore this important theme of Horizon of Unity, Interdependence of Humanity in the 21st Century. We are excited to hear from a distinguished group of speakers. There are 4 more insightful presentations ahead, followed by an interactive roundtable discussion at 18:30 CET. And to conclude today's session, we will hear closing remarks from our leading chair, Professor Ephraim, at 19:25 CET. And this will mark the end of our conference session for today. For those who just joined us, please know that there are simultaneous translations available directly on Zoom in Russian, English, and Turkish. So you can choose your language directly in Zoom by clicking on the globe on the bottom Zoom bar. For questions, please note that they can be asked after the end of each presentation. Only those whose cameras are turned on and who raise their hand will be accepted in the Zoom room. And otherwise, you can post your questions in the chat here in Zoom or YouTube if you follow our live stream. The whole conference program is available on our website and being posted in our chats. So we are slowly transitioning to the next speaker, and we will continue. We have had 3 presentations before, as we said. Now there are 4 more presentations ahead for us, and now I'm happy to present our next presenter, Dr. Elliot Pines. He is a polymath with a remarkable academic and professional background. Dr. Pines holds a BA in physics as well as MS and PhD degrees in electrical engineering. Throughout his illustrious career, he has served as a senior scientist and engineer across various industries, including semiconductor, communications, aerospace, and bio-inspired technology. He has made significant contributions to technological advancements and innovation. In addition to his industry experience, Dr. Pines has dedicated much of his time to education, serving as a teacher in STEAM fields. Though retired from formal teaching, his passion for inspiring the next generation continues to make an impact, and we will feel this today, I'm sure. So Dr. Pines will now present his work titled "Come Watson, the Game's Afoot, Hunting for a Networked Evolutionary Game Theory for an Integrating World." So his presentation will explore how globalization unfolds as a great evolutionary network game, emphasizing the need for a win-win outcome. Dr. Pines will discuss the application of classic game theory concepts like Pareto optimization and the Nash equilibrium to evolutionary theory and network feedback from the environment. So please, we will see now and be very inspired, I think, of this presentation. Please.
Welcome to Come Watson, the Game's Afoot, Hunting for a Networked Evolutionary Game Theory for an Integrating World. Globalization advances in a great networked evolutionary game despite temporary setbacks induced by the global socio-political phenomenon of peaking. Winning requires an all-encompassing win-win outcome. But how? Let's begin with the work of 2 biologists, one from the 20th century and one from the 21st. General systems theory, GST, studies universal principles that can be applied to all types of systems. Ludwig von Bertalanffy established GST in 1950, followed by key developments like Montorana's autopoiesis concept for living systems, and cybernetics by Ashby and Weiner. In the 1970s, Thom and Zeman developed catastrophe theory to explain sudden behavioral changes in systems. The 1980s saw the emergence of chaos theory through researchers like Lorenz and Ruel examining nonlinear dynamic systems. Complex adaptive systems, CAS theory, developed at the Santa Fe Institute, later introduced concepts of emergence and self-organization. While GST originated in biology, it has influenced many fields and led to various system sciences, representing a shift from partial solutions to comprehensive approaches in problem solving. To explore, classical science seeks across the network space and at different levels of generality or specification to define a floor of elements and a ceiling of complexity. Within this finite compartmentalization, the elements are described in terms of their arrangement and distribution and their connection. Von Bertalanffy saw the generic system aspects of this, and others saw related generalizations, leading to a more universal system view of all science and the deeper reality of nature behind this human perception and modeling. So, when theory meets experiment and they disagree sufficiently, then either one is wrong, or less likely, they both are. For a professional scientist worthy of the name, it may be assumed that the mathematics and/or worded reasoning of the theory have been thoroughly checked, as well as the calibration of equipment and the measurement errors connected with the experiment. Without error in inductive logic or causality, what is left is simply that increased accuracy or a sufficient variation of conditions have made the isolation of what is observed no longer possible. The paradigm must shift to accept effects of connection with the environmental supersystem or the internal reality of subsystems. Dennis Noble, an Oxford physiologist, proposes that organisms evolve purposely, challenging traditional natural selection theory. His 2023 MIT Press book, Evolution on Purpose, suggests evolution is an intentional, organism-driven process. This view could be enriched by combining Noble's classical biophysics with quantum theories of evolutionary consciousness from Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff, while considering Donald Hoffman's premise that consciousness underlies both matter and space-time rather than emerging from them. Taken together, we are led to the understanding that the scientific study of the world at all levels is best seen from the standpoint of systems, all is network. Specifically, all is a vast integral system. The evolution of this is purposeful, towards an ultimate unified development that is purposeful. The tendency is in the world of life to go from organisms to systems of organisms to superorganisms. Human globalization and its interface with nature is an intrinsic part of that reality. In short, it's a networked evolutionary game. A what? Glad you asked. Come, Watson, the game's afoot. Britannica defines game theory as a branch of applied mathematics that provides tools for analyzing situations in which parties, called players, make decisions that are interdependent. This interdependence causes each player to consider the other player's possible decisions or strategies in formulating strategy. A solution to a game describes the optimal decisions of the players, who may have similar, opposed, or mixed interests, and the outcomes that may result from these decisions. Admittedly, a simplistic generalization, but for this stage of the research, there is a universal assumption of a single inferior Nash equilibrium target and superior Pareto optimum target in every game. Not always, but generally, a Nash equilibrium is a target in competitive games and will generally, certainly long-term, result in a poorer outcome forced by mutual distrust. A Pareto optimum is the target in collaborative games while mutual trust holds. Competitive and collaborative games themselves bifurcate into better and worse versions.
smarter than you. Poopy, poopy, doo, doo. You're dumber than me. Tinkle, tinkle, wee, wee.
There is a boorish level in human ego, like the Freudian id, animal-like emotionality magnified by human intelligence and its unique relative nature regarding the desire for wealth, power, prestige, fame, and knowledge, wisdom, ideology. One can actually consider an objective loss a win where a competitor loses even more. The Nash equilibrium here requires McGinnis to buy the most expensive car he can. His win or loss on this is entirely dependent on Jones's choice, a sad irrational reality that isn't accounted for in the rational model of classic game theory. The chart is produced by Game Theory Explorer GTE version 2.3, which can also calculate Nash equilibria and other useful results. While still mature, the classic game theory competitor operates with a completely rational ego. It is short-sighted and selfish, but at least objectively so, with a live and let live attitude. This, save in a net-sum zero game, where a win is only possible through a competitor's loss, and worse in extremes, such as the prisoner's dilemma. In the prisoner's dilemma, Type 1 and Type 2 competitors will act the same, forced into the same Nash equilibrium due to distrust. There is only enough evidence to convict a pair of criminal suspects for a short sentence, but each is told separately that if they confess, their partner will get a much longer sentence, but charges against them will be dropped. However, if both confess, they will both get longer sentences than they would have originally, but not as long as if their partner alone had confessed. The unfortunate logic for the prisoners, of course, is that both will confess. Due to competitive distrust, they will end up with the somewhat longer sentences.
Back in 1833, William Foster Lloyd noticed something fascinating about the so-called common pastures. In other words, pastures without an owner, which can be used by everyone. He noticed that these common pastures were in considerably worse shape than those which had an owner. Why? Simply because the short-term self-interest of the people who were using those pastures made them consume too many resources, and in the long run, everyone suffered. George asked himself, should I buy another animal? And decided that yes, he'd make more money that way. He knew he was overloading the pasture, but didn't care. He wanted the extra money. The problem is that everyone did the same thing. In the end, the pasture was brutally overloaded, and therefore became unusable. Some people made short-term profits, but in the long run, everyone lost. As far as the pastures which had an owner were concerned, this didn't happen, because it was in the best interest of the owners to exploit their property sustainably. Today, similar situations occur frequently. For example, with fishing grounds such as the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, which used to be home to a huge cod population. About 50 years ago, however, technology enabled people to catch a lot more fish than before. The fish population, and thereby the fishing industry, collapsed by the 90s and might never recover. The same way, humans are doing everything from polluting their Earth's oceans and atmosphere to generating traffic jams during rush hour. There we have it. The tragedy of the commons.
With a standard collaborative relationship, there is already a maturity of long-term planning and the building of some level of trust with a common win-win goal strategy. In this, there is already an egoistic team spirit that somewhat begins to reflect the Freudian superego concept. One is not so concerned about short-term personal loss as long as the team is stable and doing well, as personal losses are expected to be made up for in the long run by net gain. One is satisfied to bestow to the team for the sake of ultimately better reception than as a competitor. Mutual trust is everything, at least certainly at the start, but it is still a shaky business in a purely self-interested collaboration. A perception of where the grass might be greener, especially with a fear that the collaboration could be hitting a period of net sum zero that others could take advantage of, could lead to a preemptive betrayal. Yet, if held together, trusting in the win-win till beyond, a sense of camaraderie and unity can be established, a bond that seems to form in egoless nature so easily. It takes a superman or superwoman to rise over the ego. So let's see what we can learn from some super arch villains like Lex Luthor and Brainiac. The greatest light can only be appreciated in the midst of the greatest darkness, after all.
Organic beings cannot be trusted. I can't argue with that. But if you and I are one, truly one, trust won't be an issue, will it? Agreed.
Human egoism underlies our environmental and social challenges, causing both socialist and free enterprise systems, or any mix, to fall short of their potential. As globalization advances, our intelligence can either lead to a superego-like path of constructive integration or down a disintegration dead end. The solution lies in comprehensive education about both the goals and methods of overcoming egoism, with IHUD offering one multifaceted approach, as will be discussed later. Yes, it certainly sounds like pie way up high in the sky. Freud, who I keep referring to, had pretty strong evidence against this ever being real already a century back. Seems like lots of evidence supports that even today. However, that centuries since, especially recent decades, have demonstrated a wondrous unity and self-organizing purpose in nature. The power is there, the force is there, and it's pressing. We need only use our intelligence to jump the ego wall. Overcoats are not necessary if we are all sitting together in a warm room. Indeed, if we are one, truly one, or even just close enough to fall into that psychological domain, trust won't be an issue. There is a new reality to be found just outside of human individual and social perception that must be taken in. AI can enhance human intelligence when properly controlled through collective decision-making. This combination, integrating across the Bloom taxonomy, the hierarchy of thinking, can lead to breakthrough problem-solving beyond current limitations. While machine learning can even directly help overcome human biases, identifying true expertise requires extensive data and time. By reducing ego-driven barriers and fostering unity, we can better identify and isolate expert wisdom regarding different issues, and directly apply more direct processes like the Delphi method to improve collective decision-making. The four player types also represent, in a deep sense, the purposeful evolution discussed earlier. All this in this human scenario towards a superorganism. From classic game theory, so prominent by early in the 20th century Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union, there developed a modified dynamic form of survival of the fittest in the arena of evolutionary theory by the mid-1960s. With 21st century computing power, there came network game theory. It enables us to study complex interactions between entities and their environments, opening new research frontiers with the advent of networked evolutionary game theory. Modern simulation capabilities allow us to revisit von Bertalanffy's general systems theory and Nobel's purposeful evolution. Hoffman and his graduate students use such tools to demonstrate how evolution requires immediate simplified sensory interpretation and mental models of the environment. Nobel and his collaborators also found that environmental influences can directly affect life's instructions. Both of these represent devastating challenges to neo-Darwinian assumptions. This understanding is crucial for studying globalization as an evolutionary process, starting with a network game theory analysis of the relationship of our 4 player types. The present research uses NetLogo, now with 3D capabilities, that in our case just improves visibility. Our players are acting in a conceptual, not even real virtual space. It's a research and educational simulation platform originating in the Logo programming language that has itself been continuously evolving for half a century now. The present research explores how different player types interact in Prisoner's Dilemma and Tragedy of the Commons scenarios, examining survival-thrival patterns and influence while considering and seeking to overcome the simulator's technical limitations in modeling complex global systems. We need some rules for our simulated world. Not the most exciting part of this presentation, I'm afraid, but as I say, rules are rules. Seriously, we need some flavor of this to get the gist of the present work in progress. So rule 1. Our starting point. How many of each kind of player do we start with? 2. How do the interactions in games happen? How do these lead to collaborative groups, memberships, and rejections? 3. Once inside a collaboration, what kind of collaborators will last a while and permanently if the collaborative group itself survives long enough to develop its thriving? Also, what is the relationship of collaborative 1 and 2 players and their contributions until a collaborative 1 player would betray the collaboration? 4. In our modified Prisoner's Dilemma, cooperation creates net gains. We have 4 player types, each valuing others' outcomes differently. Competitive 1 players are most aggressive. They actually gain from others' losses, treating others' losses as half gains and gains as half losses. Competitive 2 players follow standard Prisoner's Dilemma rules. Collaborative 1 players care about others for still egoistic reasons. They treat others' losses as their own losses at half value and gains similarly, but they can still betray and act like competitive 2 players. Finally, collaborative 2 players are truly altruistic. They fully share both others' gains and losses and never betray. Yellow highlights expected game outcomes. Green shows collaborative 1 player betrayals, and brown indicates mutual betrayal between collaborative 1 players. The matrix is symmetric, mirror reflected about the diagonal, so there are actually only 10 different games, not 16. 5. Collaboration has 2 additional payoffs. One is connected with collective intelligence, and particularly the improvement in this by the collaborative 2 subpopulation. The other is connected with diminished cost of internal protective barriers, legal, policing, etc., due to the subpopulation. 6. Any game win made above the Pareto optimum, and thus the other player was taken advantage of, is taken as an act related to the tragedy of the commons, and some multiple of that is taken as a tax divided evenly across all players. Finally, 7. Life and death. At the end of the set number of ticks, that is, time steps, the lowest performers, individuals and/or collaborative teams, are deleted and replaced by duplicates of the highest performing ones. Of course, there are many details and edge conditions to account for that cannot be discussed in a short presentation, and I think that we are all sufficiently bored enough at this point. So let's move on to the state of the simulation itself. Well, not really. This video from early February, actually, shows my initial development work with NetLogo 3D and ChatGPT 4.0 helping me with writing program and debugging. We're still doing that. It was filmed on my phone to allow freeze framing and space navigation, as the built-in NetLogo 3D recording had some limitations. Please excuse the video quality. It's meant to give you a feel for the virtual workspace, basically. Those white lines radiating from our yellow player, who clearly has delusions of grandeur, are experimental visible links intended for future meritocracy-based collaborator to human hubs, that is, hyper-connected players, in scale-free networks. The space has wraparound topology, so links exiting one boundary face re-enter through the opposite face, creating those apparent multiple starbursts that you saw. The one meaningful connection here is the thick yellow line between two magenta collaborator 1 figures. This link is temporary, as Type 1 collaborators eventually betray their teams and lose membership. Player interactions occur when players meet on the same patch, that is location, during simulation runs. Players move one patch at a time in random order in any of the 6 directions, triggering game membership interactions when 2 players enter the same patch. Another future advancement planned is to incorporate IHUD's integral education program as patch-through teams at distributed locations. This real-world program aims to evolve players towards collaborator 2 mindsets through culturally adapted activities that build empathy and cooperation. The program combines physical and collaborative mental warm-up exercises and structured roundtable workshops with rules specifically designed to enhance integral thought processes and collaborative warmth, respect, and unity. Other components, of collaborative project-based learning, themed storytelling, and role reversal theater to develop emotional uniformity and social cohesion. Through these, the quick fostering of trust and shared responsibility in teams is absorbed by students who will become truly open-minded and open-hearted, but not naive, collaboration-oriented individuals who can integrate effectively into a unified global system. Our goal is evolving humanity into a superorganism where ego and intelligence serve rather than hinder, achieved through integral education and networked purposeful evolution. This transformation of collective intelligence can create a unified whole far greater than its parts. Future modeling will explore dimensions, the effects of integral education, but also how a unified ideas can influence an undecided majority through such known phenomena as snowball effects and social cryptomnesia. Further, it's planned to introduce meritocracy-based human hubs, again, hyperconnected players as the Yellow Man experiment, in global scale for human networks as an organization of the simulation space. Game theory and microeconomics research suggests that altruism grows with wealth, such that in the limit of infinite wealth, there will be perfect universal altruism. This connects to Frank Tipler's The Physics of Immortality and his omega point theory of humanity's unlimited unity with nature in the vastly far future. Tipler's work has sparked 30 years of exploration into higher consciousness and simulation theory. Interestingly, his key hypothesis test measured confirmation of the existence of the Higgs boson particle, which was successfully accomplished in 2012. Questions, please.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Pines, for this excellent presentation here, taking us into the depth of game theory and of the highest possibility. And we are happy to see if we have questions here in our room or from YouTube. And I already see that there are, but I want to see if we also have in our space some participant wanting to ask. Until we find this out, I want to ask you a question, Dr. Pines. Oh, let's take first, of course, our host here, please. What is your question?
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Pines. It was really a very interesting and inspiring talk. I would like to ask you what, from your point of view, is the most efficient collective game or probably set of games which could provide the most quick and direct proceeding to the stage of superorganism for humanity, please.
Well, the whole idea is that we're the aim is really to reach this unified level, this collaborative 2 level. of unity, it automatically jumps trust because it's intrinsic, as our two supervillains pointed out. If you run truly one, you trust yourself, don't you? In other words, there's no issue with trust at all, and it's a level that we have to get to. The point is that in the game is set up and it's trying to. It's a long debug situation, and there's various improvements I've already made at this point, but the going is slow. One looks to develop. In other words, they're looking at the dynamics of the entire thing. There's certain advantages that are given to the natural advantages begin to come out. It is a demonstration of, over time, realization of the advantages and the superiority of this unified set. The collaborative one, really just every man for himself begins to fall apart. I mean, the competitive groups, the collaborative, the first type, the egoistic type, tends to fall apart because there's the greener pastures, and there's always the thing of betrayals when things go slow, bad times, give up too soon. To really hold out develops this sort of camaraderie, and there's a certain sense of, once you trust, the costs within. We have, for example, it's huge. I mean, when we do police, armies, lawyers, the various things, commercialization, things breaking down, that sort of stuff, begin to eliminate. There's no need to do that. You don't do it with a family. You begin to economize in tremendous ways. In addition to going on, also, it brings up the opportunity that everybody. It forms a, so to speak. There was work done and it's interesting in the last few years on what is the nature of wisdom of the crowd. We've heard a lot about this. In fact, what it is everybody's good at something. There are different questions that come up. In that, there's a certain number of experts. It would normally take time because of people's ego to form a statistically large group, such that the people who really have some instinct or knowledge, they may not even realize it themselves, in a certain area, a keen eye, a keen knowledge, scientific background, economic, people skills, whatever it is, tend to gather together. They form an agreement. They agree because they know what they're talking about. Everybody else is going to random, yes, no, etc., etc. That begins to cancel that differential mode begins to cancel out, and the common mode comes in. Then we know who the experts are. This will happen faster without ego, and it's in all different directions. The point is that as soon as you get this, you begin to set up. I spoke about the hubs, the Yellow Man experiment. In each particular area, flexibly, you begin to form a hierarchy. So we have a group. Everybody's equal. But we might call what I call factory. Okay, in a specific area, specific lane, automatically, and this happens in nature, automatically experts in that area are quickly chosen. They form a meritocracy hierarchy, and they lead with their special ideas, which goes to the whole. We see this, for example, in the human brain. In fact, there's cells that this is not brought up here. I brought it up in a former lecture. There was, in fact, our host country, Switzerland, there was research going on there for a few years, and what they discovered was that there's these structures. Whenever you have a problem to solve, specific structures that are ideal for this form automatically, multidimensional, because the link topologically is multidimensional. Of course, it's really 3D, but it's the equivalent. The connections are equivalent, as if it were what's called a simplex structure of this higher dimension, up to 11 dimensions, like this, very complex, quickly form, which are optimal for solving this type of problem. It just knows. This is whether you say it's a consciousness or some chaotic feedback, but it just knows. It's just empirical fact. Solving the problem, giving the answer to the brain as a whole, and then it goes back into the general mass of neurons. It's an amazing thing. But this is all of nature. Nature does this all the time. We can too. The only thing holding us back is ego. So again, the ideal, the optimal, what we're trying to study is what we see that gets us quickly into the game. What I want to do is some of the IHUD concepts we can therefore exercise in this too, hopefully. As I said, basic concepts of integral education to bring in to speed up this process of this realization, basically teaching the brain doesn't control the ego controls the brain. However, it's intelligent. We're intelligence. We have that advantage and disadvantage. We can talk to that. Informing the intelligence as an advisor to the ego, it can inform the ego that, hey, your best bet is to do this, which will take it in a development path towards where we want to go for that superorganism, as all nature does.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So yes, this, you talk about superorganism, you talk about that the world is a vast integrated system. This is how you started. So how to find your place in that system?
Excellent question. There's two points really, and actually I'm glad you brought that up, because there's a very at the beginning I mentioned something about peaking. I didn't define that, and that's very important, because I'll even go out on a limb and I will say that this is the fundamental issue that IHUD was created for, in a sense. What happens is you have globalization. People, it's evolutionary nature. It's what all nature does. Now, the problem with peaking is that when it reaches a certain point, this was a term developed in the 1960s, 70s. I think it was a Wall Street Journal article or some research by an economist. And it's the idea from economic reasons. Let's say you see when Britain left the common market, in other words, suddenly there reaches a point, this betrayal point, that, hey, we're not making money. We're not gaining by this globalization. Momentarily, at least, we're losing. Things are going down. So it can be economic, it can be cultural. In other words, the movement, there's a cultural threat. It's a large wave of immigrants come in, the culture changes, feels they're drowning. There's certain threats, sometimes terror, et cetera, crime, criminal, and some is just hyped, but there's this reaction. Suddenly it came in too fast, we weren't prepared, and there's this anti-immigration movement, throw everybody out. Now the point is that that was considered on a national level. In IHUD to study this thing, it's actually everything's fractal. Everything is it causes some components of components. Okay, it goes down to the interaction between states or provinces, individual localities, cities, communities, within communities, friends, circles of friends, co-workers, families, the individual, and even with the individual, I'm not a psychologist, but I would say in terms of multiple personalities, mood, arguments going internally. Now, the point is, ideally, you would integrate it smoothly. And what I'll say is, like, waves breaking, the tide is coming in. If you have waves on top of that, okay, it's a little bit rough on the surface. You can have major chaotic thrusts and a tsunami coming in. It's very, very dangerous. And the thing is, globalization is coming at us fast and heavy in a very dangerous way, because the idea is that we want it smoothly. I'll give it, if I can give an analogy, in my background in electrical engineering, okay, there's a phenomenon called ringing. In other words, ideally, if I have a circuit, I want to get my information as quickly as I can. So I have a transistor going to the next level. It interacts. Ideally, there's a smooth transition, upward and downward when this data hits and translates to the next transistor down the line. If you go too slowly, you don't want to go too slowly, so you try to push it as fast as you can. If you push it too fast, instead of this nice smooth transition, you get whoa, feedback, and you get ringing, and it goes okay. And it takes a lot longer, and it's a lot noisier on the way, and it finally will settle out. That globalization is going to happen. The problem is, ringing is nice and a thing, but when you've got conscious human beings, organisms that feel, we're just cause and effect. There's something inside, a spiritual nature, a consciousness, whatever you wish to call it. Everybody knows this phenomenon. You may all be artificial intelligence. I'm not, and you can each say the thing about it, but we're feeling the same thing. It's painful. Okay, this is terrible, terrible pain. And that peaking is when you're basically ringing. Okay, we've got to work. This is entire purpose to smoothly bring in the superorganism, as in nature, at each level, how to coordinate, how much, etc. It's not that evil as far as separating out either. There's two things that are going on. One is the individual, one is the whole. We must have this differentiation, okay? And in a structure that it's like a hatred, but it turns into a respect. In addition to, so on a higher level, homogeneity, but we don't want to just wipe out everything. On a lower level, there has to be differentiation, all right? It is necessary that your heart does not have brain cells and thing. On the other hand, the purpose of its differentiation, I have to be me, not you, is ultimately the purpose, and this is the collaborative too, to serve you. In other words, in order for me to be servant, to serve the whole system, to help the brain, to help this, to help these other cells, I need to be me in order to accomplish this. I'll give one last analogy because I know it's taking too long. You know, an airline flight, your selfish thing is the oxygen goes out, right? Everybody grabs the oxygen, you know, and there's emergency mask comes out. Everybody puts it on their face. Now, an interesting phenomenon that seems similar and crazy is that when there's a mother with a little child, and she is also, it comes down, and she puts it on her face first. He says, what are we going on? Because that's what she's instructed by the airline. Why is it? Because what do you want to do? Your main thing is, I care more about the child's life than me. She's more important than I am. Okay, he's more important than I am. That's fine. You really mean that? Then think. If the child goes unconscious for a moment, it'll take 60 seconds or a minute before there be any brain damage. It'll take a couple of minutes before death. If you go unconscious, you're both going to die. The best way to protect that child from brain damage and save its life is I know what you want to do, put on your mask first. So in the same way, as Collaborative 2 begins to develop, there's still that, it seems selfish, pushing away. I'm sorry, I can't have too much information. I can't have too much. I need economic survival because I have to live in order to serve the system.
Right.
And so
this is what I'm getting, Dr. Pines. Thank you so much. I'm getting that we need to make smart decisions.
Yes, exactly.
To enable us to become to this higher consciousness. So thank you, Dr. Pines. Very inspiring. And if there are more questions, please raise them here in our common mail, conference.ihud@gmail.com. So thank you so much again, Dr. Pines. And we continue. And of course, we want to continue in an integral way. How is that? We want to integrate what we are hearing. Maybe the mind cannot grasp all of it, what we just learned. Doesn't matter. The heart will make sense of it. So we just feel our connection here. We just feel that we are together in this, on this journey today, on the second day of our 6th conference of IHUD. And we will keep exploring on our common vessel. It's not you alone. We all are exploring this together. And we keep going to Dr. Aleksander Kozlov, and I'm happy to present him now. He holds a PhD, welcome to you, in chemical process technology and equipment, as well as an MSc in optics and spectroscopy. Dr. Kozlov's expertise spans across various scientific research fields, with notable contributions in designing laser Doppler anemometers for investigating turbulent flows, studying turbulent flows and mixing in static mixers, and exploring high concentrated suspension flows using laser Doppler anemometers. And if you now participating with all of us feel like, oh, wow, this is too turbulent, that's fine. We ride the waves here. The turbulent flows, we are keep on going and moving together in them. And as I keep introducing here our great presenter, Dr. Kozlov, his work also extends to the design of systems for measuring light scattering characteristics of high concentrated suspensions and water management in power plants. So additionally, Dr. Kozlov has made significant contributions to the improvement of equipment for various chemical processes, including mixing and thermo and mass transfer. With over 20 publications to his name, Dr. Kozlov's research has garnered widespread recognition and admiration in the scientific community. His dedication to advancing our understanding of complex phenomena within chemical engineering and related disciplines is truly commendable. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Aleksander Kozlov's presentation with the title, "The Unification of Consciousness is the Path to Revealing True Reality." Please.
Спасибо большое, Йоахим, за такое представление.
Thank you very much for the introduction.
Мне хотелось бы поприветствовать всех присутствующих на конференции.
I want to welcome everybody present in the conference, and also to thank every organizer and everybody who made this conference possible. We will try to put a little seed on in the cup of goodness in this conference.
Название моего доклада «Объединение сознания. Путь к раскрытию истинной реальности».
So the topic is unity of consciousness, which is the way to revealing the true reality.
Сегодня мы являемся свидетелями
Today we're witnessing the crisis, which we call global because it encompasses everything in our existence. And this is just few problems, the wars, conflicts, the instability of the nature, destruction of ecosystem, and there's a new threat to civilization. The specialists in AI are saying that this threat can overcome all the other threats. And it's specifically the actions of humans which led to the increase of this crisis. So we see the paradox throughout the whole history of civilization. We thought that the progress in technology and knowledge, in human achievements, will lead us to happiness, to happiness of all of the humanity, and promised us a new future. But today we see that specifically the progress of science and technology is now leading us to this heavy crisis that we see today. So on the one hand, the new technological abilities and our inability to use them correctly is leading us to this crisis, and we see it today. Throughout the whole history of civilization, there are people saying that the whole world is one whole. But since the development of science, we strayed away from that, and everybody was just doing his own specialty. But by the end of the 20th century, a lot of scientists also started saying that we live in a global world, that it's all one. So these are few thoughts of Geisenberg, that the world looks like a complex interwovenness of events that cover one another, they combine, and thus they form a structure of the whole. And also Bohm was saying in theory of relativity, in the quantum theory, we see that our fragmented picture of the world is incorrect, and it leads to many paradoxes. The reality is one, and it's uninterrupted, and it's a combination of factors. So why is our perception fragmented? So each individuum is a fragment of a whole reality. And when this fragment relates to the whole reality that you can't divide, then his perception just in the existence of fragmenting, it distorts the reality. And today, the biggest problem today of the crisis is the traditional paradigm that depends on each individual seeing the reality as his own. And today it's outliving itself. So we will try to touch this topic. What is the fundamental knowledge? One of the researchers of consciousness, David Chalmers, he said, consciousness is fundamental aspect of our existence. We're not dealing with anything closer than that. And at the same time, it's an enigma, it's a phenomenon of the universe. So consciousness, every school of thought thinks about it differently. Everybody has their own so uniting uniting the feelings and the intellect forms a reality for us. And today there are several scientists that think that consciousness is a fundamental quality of the universe, that it's first. We want to illustrate here that we'll touch upon one paradox. When the humanity began to examine the nature, they realized that the reality of nature is separate from what we perceive in our consciousness. In particular, one of the laws of quantum mechanics says about superpositions. So if there's an electron, a particle, it behaves in such a way that it can exist in many places in universe. It could actually be a cloud that is much bigger than the size of the particle. And let's say the electron exists in every part of that cloud. But if we try to pinpoint its location, we discover only one point. So the possibility of all points come into one point of the position of the electron. So the picture is close to our consciousness. So there is a contradiction. What's correct? this paradox brought us to the fact that quantum mechanics can be contradicting. It's not complete. So there were suggestions of how to interpret quantum mechanics, and they were just trying to figure out how to deal with this paradox, with this contradiction of the reality of the quantum world. It was suggested that the whole problem is our intellect, that the consciousness of the observer is the problem. It was said that we exist in a certain world, we can examine it, expand our knowledge. But it turns out that the objective world that doesn't depend on us, it actually is an illusion.
Одной из распространенных интерпретаций, которые приняты многими сегодня, является интерпретация
One of the common ideas
американского физика Хью Эверетта, которого
is an idea of Everett that he suggested in 1957.
предположил, что
He supposed
реальность квантово-механическая,
that the reality of quantum
это настоящая реальность.
reality is the true reality, but our consciousness splits it into several worlds. So our consciousness splits it into parallel universes, and each parallel universe reflects only one point, but altogether they form the quantum reality. But each observer only observes his own universe. So there was a way to try to explain this contradiction, but his main interpretation that these macro universes, they correlate to each other. So it's impossible to test it. It's impossible to test this hypothesis, but it was accepted by majority of the scientific community. And if the hypothesis cannot be checked, then it cannot be scientific by definition. So the Moscow physics Mensky, he tried to upgrade this hypothesis, and he went a little farther. He said that the consciousness itself is the division of the alternate realities, and the consciousness of the observer is leading us to the wave function. Thus, individual consciousness not only paints the picture of reality, but also hides the biggest part of the true reality. Then he suggested that if we can disconnect from consciousness, but a person stays feeling the reality, let's say while sleeping, then during that we can see the true reality. So here we have to step aside and form this consciousness. So this consciousness is the evolution of the everyday experience, and it can be in several different experiences of reality. So we can feel ourselves in different points of space and in different points of time. Then we can experience intuition, clairvoyance, and we see a lot of these. And we see that a lot of them actually exist in reality. Some of the scientists that discovered something said that they specifically felt this point of consciousness, like intuitively, and a person gets access to something hidden when they experience these points of consciousness. And these feelings of intuition or trance, we see that they were happening historically throughout the whole history of humanity. And some people develop certain techniques to bring on these conditions. We see it in different places of the world, how people in Sufism, Tibet medicine, Buddhism, people practice these techniques.
Особое место здесь занимает метод объединения сознания.
So a special place in this takes the uniting of consciousness. And it happens by expanding consciousness to go into different parts of reality. So one of the people who studied it was Schrödinger, and he said, does one whole real world exist, and how do we get in there? So we see a paradox in there, that there are many individuals, each has its own individual perception of reality, but the world is one. So the consciousness never, you never feel it in plurality, but only in singularity. And there's only one alternative, that in reality, there is only one consciousness. David Bohm also said about the true consciousness, that it's only one. The individual consciousness divides the whole into fragments, and everybody sees firstly only himself and his interests, and the conflicts happen because the conflicts that are the epitome of the bad and the wars doesn't allow us to unite into one whole harmonic world. And the people who try to unite into this world, they are able to form true human relationships. And to summarize, in one consciousness, in individual consciousness, we see fragmented universe. In united consciousness, the people see a more whole reality. In united consciousness of humanity, we will open the true reality. And we will see a human superorganism that will be the united humanity. But there has to be a correct unity, not any unity. Only if the goal of the unity is to bring the whole structure into one, then the humanity will form a superorganism. The other goals will bring to an opposite result. But here we can get closer to the new paradigm. According to Everett, this condition of humanity we can call multi-consciousness universe. And the practice of uniting consciousness is described in the ancient. So the main principles are very simple. The whole cares about each individual part, and each individual part cares about the whole. And that integral paradigm is a true paradigm because it's the only integrated system. In the integrated system, the events that bring on the crisis, they will disappear. And that will be the true integral system. Like in the healthy organism, not one part of the organism wants to harm the other parts if everything works correctly.
Вот мы сегодня приходим к ситуации, когда, с одной стороны, развивается кризис, который грозит существованию.
We come to a situation where on the one hand, we see crisis developing, but on the other hand, we see the exit out of this situation. So what we need to do is form this one superorganism of humanity. And it seems like any other alternative decision will bring us to an opposite result. We have to admit that today, in different parts of the planet, there are many different groups of like-minded people, but for now, they are within themselves, and there's not many of them. There's not enough of them to form this one whole humanity. But the development of the crisis will lead us towards that goal. And we will see that there's another interpretation of the word crisis, which is a situation that leads to rebirth. So we have this opportunity to go from crisis to rebirth, but the main thing is not to be late. So if we don't do it, then we will be the cause of this crisis. And I wanted to finish with the quote of a famous blogger, Karelov, who says, the nearest future will show, are we ready to wake up, or we keep sleeping, and even though we have an alarm sounding, but we keep on sleeping. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So let's wake up all together here. Thank you so much for your inspiring presentation. And I see, wow, we have 2 questions here. So let's hear them, please, Gary Notkin.
Спасибо, Александр.
Thank you, Alexander. Very deep questions were raised, and we were talking about crisis and what awaits humanity. But I have a question about the crisis. How can we talk about unity today when we see the world where there's hatred, there's division, wars? After 80 years of this horrible war, we see that the evil is awakening. And how do you understand that in this situation we can, in not only crisis, but everything's falling apart? How can we come to this unity and I understand the question. Obviously, we can't cover everything in this small, short period of time, but your question still lies in the plane of fragmented consciousness, because our consciousness paints this picture for us that we see today, and even that is the cause of all the problems that we see. It's the basis for our how we relate to the reality, and the whole nature is hidden from us by our intellect, by our consciousness. We can unite into big groups. The humanity is designed that way. We heard yesterday how this whole system is complex, and but the groups that unite based on their egoistic goals, they only make it worse. So they do it on the level of individual, and that's what brings on the crisis. The unity that we talk about is different, and it's based on the hidden qualities that nature put into us. And I discovered in my own experience, and the groups that unite based on trying to form this one superorganism, we see that they are succeeding. And so those who try to come to unity, they change, they start to change. And the thing is, you have to use the right technique. And of course, we can't cover all of that today, but this is how I see the answer to your question.
Spasibo большое. Thank you so much. I'm aware of time here, and I'm aware of the interest So let's be really concise here now, and we would love to hear the question of Dr. Pines also. So let's be really concise and listen attentively. Please, Dr. Pines.
Okay, I'll try to do this as quickly as I can. And thank you. I want to thank Alex for his very thought-provoking presentation. And on that, I have three thoughts. I want to, if he could link them, if they make sense. One is Roger Penrose for years has pointed out that if the consciousness is quantum-based, it overruns the Gödel limit, which digital systems as AI is essentially are limited by. Secondly, that does he see the consciousness as also the eureka phenomena, this ability to put an entire whole system together of that, all these different worlds that one reaches out to, like a quantum computer would, okay, and collapses into one, the answer, or very close to the answer. And three, finally, the similarity of form in thought. We know that quantum, the entanglement idea, if people are in the round table, whatever, are able to reach that similarity of mutual unity, that would connect those things as neurons, as it were, and that one could therefore, entire systems grow up, beat AI, and actually hold it on a leash to go safely into the future with. I know it's a lot to put it together, but if that makes sense to you and how you would see that.
Ну, очевидно, были там небольшие трудности с переводом. Возможно, я не понял
There's some difficulties with translation. Maybe I didn't understand the whole question. But I'm familiar with Dr. Penrose's statements and his understanding of the quantum mechanics, of the way the brain works and consciousness. And the thing is, the mechanism can have some basis, but I did not see that he talked about specific techniques of uniting the consciousness. So we have to learn how to unite consciousness based on the inner structure of our nature, of our ego or our desire. And for now, it's against the unity. But if we keep studying the existing techniques that work, I think it's going to be very difficult for us. Maybe Dr. Penrose had something about it, but I never saw anything, any description of him describing how to exit this situation.
Thank you so much. So we need to be able to honor the different approaches and to find a way to connect them. Thank you so much, Alexander Averbach. Thank you for this presentation. And wow, so much input here. And we just go with the flow here. And I am happy now to introduce to you Professor Vladimir Krasnov as our next presenter. He's an accomplished scholar in the field of pedagogy and medicine with a PhD in pedagogics and a DMed Sci. He has served as an assistant professor, full professor, and is now an academician of the Higher Education Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Since 2016, Professor Krasnov has been the head of this department and has supervised a number of important scientific research projects. This includes initiative devoted to the formation of key professions and competencies and of a doctor, which has explored the pedagogical, psychological, and legal aspects of medical education. And his interests in research span a broad range of topics, and this includes psychology, distance education, ontology of knowledge, didactics. So we are honored to have him with us today to share his insights and expertise with our audience. So this title of his presentation is Social Justice in the Society of the Future, Myth or Reality. Please, Professor Krasnov.
A couple of words before my video gets started. Dear participants, colleagues, I'm very happy to take part in this conference. It was very good to hear all the presenters. Unfortunately, you'll see my not live presentation because I realized that I will be traveling, so I recorded my presentation, so I made it last night. I'm here, I'm with you, and I'm ready to answer your questions after the video.
Дорогие участники конференции, здравствуйте. Разрешите вам
Dear participants, hello.
доклад на тему социальная
I would
справедливость
like to
общества
present
будущего. Что это? Миф
a
или
presentation
реальность?
on the topic of
Давайте разбираться.
social
По сути, всю свою
fairness.
историю человечества постоянно мечтало об
So,
обществе глобального
humanity
благополучия.
always
Описывал такое общество,
tried to
общество будущего.
envision
Дальше.
a united
В передаче
society.
поднимали тему о социальной справедливости. И
We raised the topic
данное
about
выступление, данный мой
social
доклад – это результат продолжения
justness.
этого теоретического исследования. Давайте начнем с определения. Под социальной справедливостью обычно понимается
Social
равный
justice
доступ
is
к благам и
equal
справедливое требование от
access
общества к
to
людям.
different
Однако, когда мы поднимаем тему справедливости,
but when we
то
talk about
понятно, что
the
если мы эту
topic of
тему затронули, то в
justness,
обществе мы наблюдаем
social justice,
несправедливость.
we
Давайте
see
попробуем разобраться, а
injustice.
почему же возникает эта
So,
несправедливость и что
why
это
does it
говорят
appear,
исследователи?
this injustice?
Ну, рыночная экономика, которую
So the
обвиняют в
economy,
несправедливости,
the
считается,
markets
что она перераспределяет капитал и последующий доступ
tells
к
us that
ресурсам
it
для каждого человека.
spreads the capital unevenly.
Мы родились в обществе, в котором исторически
We were
власть
born
уже
in
перераспределена. И каждый
the
человек
humanity where
воспринимает справедливость со
the
своей личной точки зрения, со своего понимания. Поэтому с
different
точки
people
зрения
perceive
тех, кто
justice
является
differently.
носителями власти,
So
мир
people
абсолютно
have
гармоничен.
more,
И этот мир построен на
they
социальных
see the
институтах,
world
политических
as
системах,
in
на
harmony,
принятии решений.
and that's how they
Дальше.
base
При этом
their
мы уже
decisions.
видим состоявшиеся культуры обществ.
And we see
разных
different
обществ. И эти
society,
культуры, они
different cultures of
постоянно
society.
воспроизводят
And
разные виды дискриминации, которые
we
в
see that
определенной
in these
культуре
societies,
воспринимаются
there's a
как
lot of
абсолютно
discrimination,
нормальные.
and it's perceived as normal.
Дальше. Еще одна из причин. Психология человека, она, к сожалению, несовершенна.
So the
Желание
psychology of the
власти, доминирования,
individual
личного успеха
is not full.
это мир, который многим
We see that
воспринимается как абсолютно нормальный.
humans want
Глобализация, про которую уже вспоминали вчера на
power,
докладах,
and
она
the
усиливает
globalization
разрывы на всех
is
общественных уровнях и между
developing
странами.
unevenly,
Ну и, конечно же,
and it
битва за ресурсы.
it creates a spread
Их
between the
всегда
rich and the poor.
недостаточно.
The resources are
Давайте
limited,
посмотрим,
it's
как
never
же
enough.
эволюционировало понятие социальной
So
справедливости
how
в
does
истории.
social justice
Например,
evolve?
Платон, он утверждал, что
Plato
справедливым
said
является
that
все, что содействует интересам
just
государства,
is
а все, что не
everything
содействует, является злом, пороком, несправедливостью.
the justice,
Августин
the
Блаженный, он утверждал, что неравенство предопределено свыше. И так как свыше нам спустили неравенство, поэтому
is
это
coming from above.
состояние
It's
неравенства
how it's
есть
supposed to be.
справедливым.
So uneven
Классики либерализма
development
называли
is
справедливым,
just.
когда каждый занимает место в социальной структуре в зависимости от своего размера богатства
The
и в
classic
зависимости от своей
liberalism
полезности.
said that everybody takes his own
Монтескье
place
утверждал,
in society,
я процитирую,
and that's where he
в
needs to be.
природе люди рождаются равными, но потом
In
общество
nature,
отнимает это равенство
they said
у
in
них.
nature,
И
people
потом
are
они
born
вновь
equal,
становятся равными
but then the
благодаря
society takes the
законам.
equality away from them.
Джон Роуз понимал под социальной
John
справедливостью
Rawls said
честность.
social justice means honesty.
Здесь я дам такой промежуточный вывод. То есть, по сути, мы с вами видим, что понятие
I can
справедливости,
say that
оно все время
the
эволюционировало с
concept of
развитием
justice,
общества.
it
Но
evolved
больше это
with
понятие
the
склонялось
society,
к такой субъективной справедливости, то есть когда
but primarily with
общество
subjective reality,
устраивает
where the
существующее
society
большинство, которое живет в этом обществе. И сразу же
conforms
возникает вопрос, а
majority,
большинство это сколько?
and the question is,
Например,
majority is how
немецкий
many?
социолог Питер
So
Глотц,
the
он вводит
German
понятие общества двух третей.
sociologist Peter
Когда
Glotz
сложившиеся в обществе
said
отношения,
that
они
2/3,
признаются
the
и
number is 2/3,
поддерживаются
when
кем? Здесь специальный термин квалифицированным большинством населения
the
этих стран.
qualified majority,
То есть он подчеркнул понятие квалифицированное
he,
большинство.
he
Мы с
underlined
вами
the
оказываемся
qualified
перед проблемой
majority, which
образованности.
brings us
О том, что кто-то
to
может
the
быть
problem of
неквалифицированным,
education.
кто-то квалифицированным. То есть
That,
уже введено разделение.
so right there,
И,
there's a
кстати,
division,
Питер
qualified
Глотц, он
or
подчеркивал
not
и
qualified.
риски, что всегда существует вероятность нестабильности.
So there's
Почему?
always a
Потому что одна
possibility
треть
of
общества, это
instability
общество
because
оказывается справедливым, таки не считает.
one-third of the
Еще один
society
парадокс.
doesn't
Считается, что
consider it just.
справедливость определяется консенсусом в обществе, договоренностью в обществе. Однако
Also,
остаются несогласные. И возникает вопрос,
is
если
the
несогласные,
justice then
то возможно ли
is the
применение
concept
насилия
of
к
the society,
несогласным?
and then there are people
С
who won't
таким
agree.
консенсусом не
So
согласен. Вопрос
they don't agree
открытый
with this concept.
юридический. Дальше я вам хотел представить такой цикл парадоксов,
And I want to
которые
present
возникают,
a
когда
cycle of
мы пытаемся
paradoxes
обеспечить социальное равенство.
come up
Мы уже
when
с вами
we try
проговорили, что
to
люди не равны по
establish a
своим исходным
just
условиям.
society.
Мы все
So we already said that
отличаемся
people are
друг от
not
друга по
equal.
экономическому положению, по
We're
состоянию
all
здоровья,
different
образованию.
in
И
health,
логично, что в этих
economics,
условиях неравенства нужно что-то сделать,
education,
нужно провести
but
какие-то
we have
корректирующие действия.
correct something in
Однако
such a
каждое
society where there's
усилие
inequality.
приводит
But
к
every
парадоксальным
effort
следствиям. И эти
to do
следствия,
that
они еще
brings
больше
to
усиливают
paradox,
причины социального неравенства.
and
Давайте
they create
рассмотрим.
even more inequality.
Социум вводит привилегии, например, квоты или
The
социальные льготы для
society
того, чтобы обеспечить социальную
establishes
справедливость.
certain
И это вызывает
concepts
чувство несправедливости у
that
тех, кто достигал успеха сам.
establishes certain
Еще один подход.
feeling of
Социум
injustice.
пытается регулировать поведение
And
людей,
society
ограничивать
tries to
собственность,
control the
вводить
behavior
налогообложение
people
богатых. И
by
это порождает чувство
taxing
несвободы
the
в
rich,
свободном обществе.
and it brings
Дальше
on the
социум
feeling of
пытается ввести программы социальной помощи
lack
для
of
наименее обеспеченных. И это сразу приводит к снижению мотивации, к самореализации, к улучшению жизненных условий у тех,
freedom.
кто получает эту социальную помощь. Дальше. Социум вводит распределение ресурсов в
Also,
соответствии с
society
потребностями. Например,
establishes
адресная помощь
division
бедным.
of resources.
Это, в свою очередь,
So
приводит к поощрению неуспешных.
that
Например, семьям с пособиями выгодно демонстрировать, что они бедные.
brings inequality because certain
Социум
people will
пытается ввести
benefit from
перераспределение ресурсов в
social
соответствии с
programs,
усилиями
and
и результатами
it'll
труда.
be to their advantage to
Всего
show
лишь
that
только
they're unable
закрепляет уже
to work.
существующее неравенство.
So that creates
Все
inequality.
эти парадоксы, парадоксальные усилия, они
All of
приводят
these
к дальнейшему
paradoxes
следствию.
bring us
А
to
именно,
the
происходит
next thing.
укрепление существующего социального неравенства.
What happens
А
is
эти могут
we
даже
establish
проявляться
social
и вовсе
inequality
новые и новые формы этого социального
in
неравенства.
all
Вот и
kinds of
получается,
new
что
different forms.
человечество борется с такой вот
So the
мифической
humanity
гидрой.
starts
И чем больше голов мы отсекаем у
fighting
этой гидры, тем больше их
with
вырастает.
this
Или по-другому можно сказать, что
multi-headed
каждое
dragon
действие
that
по
needs to be
достижению
slain.
социальной справедливости приводит к усилению несправедливости. Тут
When we
возникает
try
вопрос,
to
а
establish
можем ли
equality,
мы
it
бороться
brings even more inequality.
а может
So the question
мы
is,
все-таки боремся
maybe
не с
we are
причинами социальной
fighting not
несправедливости,
the causes
И тут я хотел вспомнить
of
высказывание,
inequality.
вы его видите на экране, Василия Ключевского.
So
Он
Vasily
говорил, что
Kluchevsky
всегдашний
said,
прием плохих правительств, пресекая следствие зла, усиливать его причины. Ну, я попробую задать такой риторический вопрос. Так, а где же кроются коренные причины социального неравенства?
what are
Вне
the main
человека или
what are the
внутри
main
человека?
causes
По сути, можно
of
утверждать,
inequality? Is it
что
inside the
в
person or
основе
outside?
всех проблем
We can say that the
находится
whole
внутреннее
problem
«я»
is
человека.
the inner eye
Именно
of a
наши
person.
психологические факторы, они формируют восприятие,
And
убеждения,
our
социальную обстановку.
psychological
И как
factors, they
следствие
cause us
создается
to
почва для принятия,
form this
одобрения,
unequal society.
поддержки существующей, сложившейся социальной системы со всеми ее недостатками. А уже внешние факторы,
So the external factors, they form such social form that inequality is established on all different levels.
Давайте попробуем заглянуть во внутреннее «я» человека.
Let's look at the inner eye of a person.
Автор теории нисходящего социального сравнения, он доказывал, что люди
Leon
склонны
Festinger
сравнивать
said
себя
that
с другими
people
для
are
повышения самооценки.
able to compare themselves to
Наиболее
others
часто это сравнение
to
происходит
make
с теми, кто
themselves
хуже.
higher.
Как следствие, поддерживается
And usually they compare themselves to
иерархическая
somebody who
структура
is
общества,
lower than them.
которую мы
And
наблюдаем, где
it brings the
более
certain structure of
обеспеченные
the
стремятся
of the
сохранить
society
разницу между собой
where
и менее
the more
удачливыми.
fortunate ones, they try to
И вот мы с
keep
вами
the
видим,
difference
как
between themselves
богатый человек
and the less
начинает
fortunate.
называть бедных ленивыми
So
или недостаточно
we see how some rich people will call poor people
Автор веры в
lazy.
справедливый мир.
They don't
Он
want to
утверждал, что
succeed.
люди склонны верить, что каждый получает то, за что заслуживает. Это значит,
Melvin
что
Leonard
бедные
said that
сами виноваты в своем
people
положении,
believe that
богатые, они заслужили
the
свое
world
богатство.
is just and everybody gets
Значит,
what they
автор
deserve.
теории социальной доминантности, он говорит, что
The
целая группа
author
авторов,
Jim
что
Sidonius
иерархические группы
and
это естественно,
Elise
это природно.
Preta said
Они
people
подсознательно, одни
naturally
люди
form
подсознательно доминируют, а
hierarchies
другие подсознательно
where some
подчиняются.
dominate and
Например,
some
в корпоративной
subjugate.
культуре руководитель, которого назначили
So
на этот пост, он
in
начинает
a
себя
corporation,
считать лучше
let's say the
подчиненного.
leader
И
feels
лучше не
that he
только
is
профессионально,
better
но и по личным
than
качествам.
others, but not
Дальше.
just in
Автор
professional terms, but even
теории социальной
in
идентичности, он
in
утверждает,
his
что люди
nature.
склонны лучше относиться
So Henri
к
Scheffel
членам
said
своей группы,
people
поддерживать их,
tend to
даже если это
treat
несправедливо по отношению к другим.
the people in their
Например,
group
богатые
better
поддерживают своих детей, они
if,
дают им лучшие
let's say,
возможности, чем детей из
the rich
бедных
will treat
семей.
their kids better
Энтони
than they would treat
Гидденс,
kids from
он
poor
изучал эффекты
families.
консерватизма, и он изучал
Anthony
так называемый
Giddens
страх изменений. Он утверждал, что люди
said
боятся
that
изменений, даже если эти
people are
изменения
afraid
могут
of
привести к
change,
улучшению
even if the
социальной
change brings
справедливости.
on
И зачем?
the
Потому что нам
better
психологически
conditions,
привычная система
because
кажется безопасной, даже если
because
она
what
несправедлива.
the system we're used to seems to us like
Автор теории
safe,
социальных
even if it's not
стереотипов.
just.
Вот. Он доказывал, что мозг
Walter
человека
Lippmann
стремится
said
упрощать
that
реальность.
human
И
brain
как
tries
следствие
to
создаются
simplify the
стереотипы,
reality
которые
and
оправдывают это
create
неравенство.
stereotypes that
Тут
justify
возникает стереотип
the
о том, что, например,
inequality.
бедные ленивы, а богатые умны.
Again,
Это просто
fact
позволяет не думать
the poor
о
are lazy
реальных
and
причинах
rich are
неравенства.
smart.
Дальше идем. Автор концепции авторитарной личности. Он утверждает, что люди
Theodore
психологически
Adorno said
предрасположены к подчинению авторитетов.
people
Это
are
автоматически ведет к оправданию
psychologically
социальной
designed
иерархии.
to
Например, люди могут считать богатых и тех, у кого
to
есть
put
власть, лучше, и оправдывать их привилегии,
to put
даже если
authorities
эти
on a
привилегии не
pedestal.
всегда заслужены. Описывается так называемый социальный эффект краба.
There's a
Он
social
звучит следующим
effect of the
образом, что люди
crab.
стремятся
it says that
не только подняться вверх по
people
социальной
try
лестнице,
not only to
они
climb
и
the
подсознательно
social
препятствуют
ladder,
успеху других.
but they also try
Например,
to
в коллективах
prevent
могут
others
осуждать
to
человека, который
climb the
старается
social ladder.
улучшить свое положение.
So let's say a person who tries to
В коллективе
better
не
his
поддерживают такого
situation,
человека. Помните,
but
сейчас
the
есть такая
society
выскочка и так далее.
doesn't support such a person. They think he's trying too hard.
Социологи показывают, что современные общества поощряют индивидуализм.
And
Как следствие,
we see that
люди перестают заботиться о социальной справедливости.
people are
Люди,
not
например, могут не
social
поддерживать налоги
justice.
на богатых, потому что надеются со временем сами
And
разбогатеть.
people,
И если они
let's say people
разбогатеют,
don't
они не
support
хотят, чтобы
taxing
потом
the
их
rich
деньги
because they think
перераспределялись.
one day they might be rich.
Еще один эффект социологи описывают, так называемый эффект привычки к социальному неравенству.
Sociologists just
Когда
also describe
рабство, кастовость
slavery,
многими воспринимается просто
castes,
естественной, потому что они
castes.
существовали веками. Это естественно, зачем что-то
People
менять.
accept it as just natural, and there's no
Таким
reason to
образом, на
change.
основании того, что мы сейчас с вами просмотрели,
So based on what we just saw,
в предыдущей
we
части моего доклада, я хотел бы поставить
realized that
вопросы, на которые попытаться
I
дальше
want
ответить.
to put
Итак, вопросы следующие.
forward
А
questions.
возможно ли изменить человеческую природу
Is
и
it even
преодолеть
possible
эгоизм?
to change
Еще вопрос. Кто
human
будет
nature,
устанавливать справедливые
conquer the
принципы?
egoism, and then
Третий
who's going to
вопрос.
establish these just
Справедливость
principles?
будет
And
абсолютной или
is
относительной?
justice absolute or relative?
Утверждение такое, что эгоизм, отвечая на первый вопрос,
To answer the first question,
эгоизм в
ego
обществе будущего,
in society of the
он
future
не должен подавляться.
should
Он
not be
должен
squashed.
осознанно направляться
It
на
should be
благо
channeled in
общества.
the right direction
Нет смысла
to
уничтожать эгоизм. Его
for the
нужно только
betterment of the
правильно
society.
направить.
So we do not destroy
Как
the ego. We channel
здесь
it
на
correctly.
этой конференции, на всех предыдущих конференциях
In this
мы все
conference
время
and
говорим
the
о
previous
системе
conferences, we
образования и
always talk about
воспитания.
the system of
Только
education.
через такую систему,
Only
интегральную
through this
систему,
system, integral
можно
system,
сформировать человека
we can
будущего.
form
Именно
a person of the future.
как человек начинает воспринимать, когда эгоизм
Mainly
расширяется, мы его не
how a person
уничтожаем, а эгоизм
perceive when
расширяется
the ego
до
is expanding
до уровня группового или интегрального эгоизма.
to the level
Что-то
of
кощунственно звучит.
a group
Эгоизм должен
ego.
приобрести форму разумного
Ego needs to
или
take on a form
интегрального эгоизма.
of integral
Что это
egoism.
такое?
So what is it?
Это по сути интегральный эгоизм. Это когда
Integral
личные интересы,
egoism is when the
они
interests
начинают
of an
гармонично совпадать с
individual
интересами всего
correlate
общества.
with the
Такой эгоизм, он становится конструктивным.
group.
Когда удовлетворение, что такое
When
конструктивный эгоизм, когда удовлетворение личных потребностей
when
происходит
the
через
satisfaction of
достижение
the
общей цели
individual
интегрального
needs
общества.
correlates with the needs of the society.
Именно через систему интегрального образования и
Specifically
воспитания
through the
человек
integral
начинает
education,
осознавать
we
себя
can
частью
realize
единого
a person
организма.
can realize
И тогда
himself as
человек
part of one
заботу об
whole
общем
organism,
благе он
and
начинает
then
ощущать как заботу
caring
о
about
собственных
the
интересах.
common
Из-за
goal
чего я слит с обществом.
is viewed
Я и
as
общество
caring
это одно
for
целое. Это суть одно и то же.
individual needs because it's the same.
Давайте попробуем ответить на второй вопрос. А кто
Let's
же
try to
будет
answer
устанавливать,
the
что
second
считать
question. But
справедливым, а что нет?
who is going to determine what's just and what's
Через воспитание
unjust?
мы считаем, что через воспитание
But
можно
through
формировать
education, we can
осознанный
form
внутренний контроль или самоконтроль.
the inner
И тогда
control
отпадает необходимость
of
во
an
внешнем
individual,
контроле.
then we don't
И
need to
тогда
control the
люди
individual
с таким
from
высоким
the
уровнем
outside.
самоконтроля
So only
могут
self-control,
входить в общественные советы, проводить
self-controlled
общественные
people can
дискуссии, принимать
come into
ответственные
the
решения.
discussions and form opinions and
Дальше. Наиболее развитым личностям в обществе им может быть делегировано
So the most
определять ближайшие
advanced
задачи,
people in the
стратегические
society
задачи для
can be
всего
delegated
общества,
to
выстраивать так называемую
decide
управляемую эволюцию
and
целей, проводить. И целью становится не просто компромисс,
the goals of the decide on the goals of the society.
общей цели общества через
So
интегральный
then
подход.
the goal
И
through
люди
the
начинают видеть
integral
себя частью единой
approach,
социальной системы. И при этом
people will see
справедливость
themselves
становится
as part
общей ценностью.
of the
Попробуем
whole.
ответить на третий вопрос. Справедливость будет
And then
абсолютной
the third
или
question
относительной?
is
По сути, ответ
the
такой:
justice
и
is
абсолютной,
absolute
и
or
относительной.
relative?
Там, где абсолютная
The
составляющая
absolute
– это цель интегрального общества,
is
она
the
является
goal
абсолютной.
of the
И эта
society,
цель будет
and
духовная
it's
и
harmonic,
социальная.
and
И
it's
эта цель будет как
spiritual and
достижение
social.
гармоничного
And
сосуществования
the
всех
goal will
членов
be
общества.
to reach a harmonic state of the society.
Относительная составляющая справедливости, она
Relative
будет проявляться через эффект
justice is
максимальной дифференциации,
will
когда в
be
обществе мы будем обеспечивать индивидуальный
through the
подход к
society
каждому, исходя из его
the
способностей,
society
исходя из его потребностей, исходя из
approaching
его
each
личного вклада в
individual
общество. А
and
вот
based on
дифференциация,
his input
она
into the society,
учитывает личный вклад и индивидуальные потребности
he will be
каждого.
judged.
А интеграция при этом
And
учитывает
the
общие цели и
integration
ценности для всего общества.
considers
Ну и
whole
тут я
goals
хотел дать еще
and
такое понятие, как
individual
динамическая
goals.
абсолютная справедливость. Там, где абсолютными становятся базовыми
So the
базовые
absolute just
ценности,
is
в том
the
числе и
basic
интегральность,
needs
то есть
and also the
максимальная осознанность и
integration
вовлеченность каждого индивида в
and
общее дело развития
participation of each
общества.
individual
А
into the betterment of the society.
становятся механизмы реализации этих базовых ценностей.
And
И эти механизмы реализации будут полностью зависеть
the
от
mechanisms
уровня
of the
развития самосознания людей и от той степени,
of
которой
how the
они
people will
интегрированы в общество.
integrate themselves
Хотел
in the
прийти к общим
society
выводам, а именно,
will bring us to
человеческую
this
природу не нужно
conclusion
подавлять.
that
Человек
we should
должен
not
развиваться в
destroy the
состоянии
human nature.
разумного
The
эгоизма,
person needs to
переходящего в
develop
альтруизм. Дальше.
develop the
Социальная
human
справедливость в
ego that
обществе будущего будет
will
достигаться
transform into
через
altruism,
открытый и
and the
осознанный диалог
just
общества,
society will
экспертов,
be
власть,
achieved
и у них
through the
будет
dialogue
единая цель и духовные ориентиры.
having one goal.
А справедливость должна быть гибкой, но при
And
этом
the
основана
justice
на
has to
абсолютных
be
ценностях
flexible,
интегрального объединения.
but based on the norms of
По
integrated
нашим
society.
предположениям, главной целью интегрального общества должны стать
And the
внутренние
main goal of the
изменения
integrated
развития
society
и
should be
осознанное принятие общей цели. А общая цель
the
будет заключаться в
acceptance of the
восприятии
common goal
как единого
of the
целого.
society
Единого целого чего?
perception of
Индивидуальной
one
самореализации
whole
и общего блага. Они
one
начинаются
whole
тогда.
society and common goal.
Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you.
Thank you. Spasiba. Spasiba Bolshoi. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you so much. We are happy to take the insights. And yeah, we have some space also for questions. And I see that there is, I think, Natalya wanting to ask, and there's Ernest. So please, ladies first, please ask a question.
Александр, спасибо за очень интересную лекцию. У меня
Alexander, thank you for
вопрос,
the lecture.
может быть, я
I have a question.
не уловила момент,
Maybe I
когда
missed
было об этом сказано.
when you talked about it, but
Мы
the
знаем, что
question is
эго
following.
напрямую связано с
We know
ростом
that the
желания,
ego
и это
relates to
то,
human
которое
desire
присутствует в обществе, это еще не совсем то эго, о котором мы говорим.
how it reveals itself in the
Вот
society,
скажите, пожалуйста, какие
how
предусмотрены
or what
критерии оценки желания
what
и
criteria
определения уровня эго? Вот в той
of the level of the
красивой структуре,
ego
которую вы
in,
описали.
in
Она
this
очень логична.
beautiful structure that you
Но,
described.
может быть, я
Very
не
logical,
услышала. Ответьте,
but
пожалуйста.
maybe I didn't hear that. Thank you for the question.
Я не взял на себя смелость давать структуру или какую-либо категориальность именно эго человека.
I didn't describe the structure of the ego of the person, but the question is interesting.
Мне самому стало интересно, можно ли обнаружить какую-либо метрику?
Even I wondered if there is a metric of how we measure the
характеристик эго человека.
of how we measure the ego of the human. How do we classify? How do we distribute them?
Интересный вопрос. Но я в своем докладе
Question is interesting. In my presentation, I describe ego as the common ego. I didn't break it down into different classifications. So, yeah, if we break it down, then we can develop different instruments of dealing with the different parts of the ego. But the ego gives the person the energy for development, and same way the ego of the whole can be manipulated. We can manipulate the ego of the person. I understand I didn't answer your question, but I was just thinking out loud. Maybe you can clarify your question.
Или такого рассуждения достаточно. То есть еще раз, да, я просто не давал классификацию эго у себя в докладе.
Нет, именно так и звучал. Ой, я извиняюсь. Именно так и звучал. Да, я не пойму, это у меня или где. Да, классификации эго. И как бы сейчас, когда вы рассуждали вслух, у меня
Right now, when you were talking, I developed a continuation of my question. You mentioned the stereotypes of thinking. It was proven by science that each of us is a certain layered pie of these stereotypes. And sometimes what we consider ego, it's really we just go through stereotypes of all generations. And in addition to the same question about the differentiation of the ego, to determine certain component of different stereotypes of thinking of different people who don't even realize it, and attributing other desires to their own desires. So it's an interesting thing here.
So,
thank you for the question.
yes, and we are happy to be with the question. It's sometimes, as we said in the beginning, we will come out with more questions maybe than with answers, and this is also helpful. So thank you for this. And I want to also, I'm aware of time, so, but still there is one question of participant here, of Ernest. Again, if you want to be concise, please, what is your question, please?
Thank you so much, Professor Kozlov. You mentioned that integral egoism is actually, is positive. It has the same goal for an individual and the same interest together with the society. For example, if you are going to together, like write a book on integral education, roundtable, using roundtable methodology, can you foresee that the leaders of the world from each country will accept this approach? Thank you so much. Maybe it's a theoretical question, but I'm just interested what will be your report for it. Thank you so much.
Эрнст, спасибо огромное тоже за вопрос. Он
Thank you for the question.
Философскому размышлению.
Also leads to a philosophical thinking. It's hard for me how the leaders of the world will react.
Потому что я предполагаю, что власть
I assume that
должна эволюционировать.
the power also needs to evolve, just like the integral society is evolving. The evolution of the society into the integral will also correlate with the evolution of the power that be and the powers that be they are responsible for the society. So how will they accept this? I think I will assume that the people with the power, they don't have the time for this, but they have advisors, and the advisors that they listen to, for those people, will be an important material, because the changing of their perception will lead to maybe a chance of changes, and this concept of the evolution will be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. Applause here. And we see thumbs up and hearts. So great. So yes, we keep continuing after this deep insight into a new approach towards the ego and more an integral ego. And we will need to explore about it more. But now we come from the society more to a couple's realm. And I'm happy to present the next presenters here. It is Ms. Amanda Green, a highly experienced therapist with over 25 years in marriage and couples counseling. She holds a Master of Social Work degree and is a registered social worker and also certified in emotionally focused therapy for couples, a proven approach to fostering deep emotional connections in relationships. And she is joined by Ms. Tal Mandelbaum, a professional in social organizational psychology with a master's degree in the field. Based in Israel, Ms. Mandelbaum brings a unique understanding of the intersection between human behavior and organizational systems, offering an integrative approach to fostering healthy connections both in personal and professional environments. So we are very happy to hear and listen to you, to your insights. Together, you will present your work titled Couples in Connection. Please.
Thank you so much, Joachim. Yes, we're together here today. Tal, my dear colleague and friend, and we have we have been working on this course for couples for a few years now. We've had about 50 participants go through 4 different courses. So I don't know if you want to say a quick hello, Tal, too.
Sure, yeah. So hello, everyone. It's nice to be here. It's really an honor to be here with everyone. And it'll be great to share the work that we've been doing focused on couples. It's interesting to see how everything that we learn about interconnectedness really can be expressed through couple relationships very beautifully. Yeah, so I'm going to share our slides. We have much to go through, so let's begin.
Yes, and as we're finding the first slide there, our course is educational, so it's psychoeducational. I have written a book about it called The Butterfly Blueprint, Revitalize Your Relationship and Keep Your Heart Fluttering Forever. So this is, the material is kind of pulling from the book. In the course, we have chat prompts and time for Q&A. We have exercises each module and homework that we give each time. The first two modules kind of lay the foundation for the whole course. And so the first module is called Purpose, and we're going to dive a little deeper into that module for you today. And the second module is called Perception of Reality. So this is where we help people see that their eyes and ears and touch sensation don't always give them the picture that is useful to have. So there we go. Okay, go ahead, Tal.
Yeah, and so those were the two foundational modules, and then we have 8 more modules that cover 8 principles of an interdependent relationship, including making space between the partners, embracing equal worth, nourishing the space between us, being ourselves within the relationship, uniting above conflict, sharing intimacy, growing whole together, and living interdependently. And these are all kind of concepts that we also know from workshops, and they apply to our couple relationship.
Yes, so each module has a caterpillar phase, a chrysalis phase, and a butterfly phase. Each of the 8 modules that discuss the principles of an interdependent relationship that Tal just described. The stuck loops that we get caught in these infinity symbols show how couples get stuck, what does not work when they're trying to relate to one another, and what actually causes them to conflict and divides them. It is this attitude of kind of one versus the other, or one at the expense of the other, either or, but not both. That doesn't work and trips us up every time in each of the principles. So it's this egoistic kind of for me approach. And the example we gave here was pursue, withdraw, which is a fairly common example, especially in emotionally focused therapy, which is the model I'm certified in. And so the more one partner pursues the other for connection by talking or following them around to continue talking, the more the other pulls away and withdraws and shuts down, kind of goes numb sometimes and turns away. And the more the other one withdraws, the more the first one pursues. So they each trigger each other and get caught up in this mutually exclusive stuck place, stuck dynamic.
Right. And so our work is both to become aware of this, the ego that is causing these conflictual dynamics of pursue versus withdraw. And once we become aware, then we can gradually shift or transcend the ego to create complementary dynamics, connected dynamics. In this case, for example, reveal and respond. So for example, instead of pursuing my partner and trying to force my partner to listen to me and to do as I wish, we create an environment where we both can reveal our desires and our wishes, and then act mutually to fulfill each other's desires and learn how to respond to my partner's need rather than withdraw and avoid it. And so all of the work has been to teach couples how to see the stuckness, that loop, to acknowledge it, and then learn how to transcend it, and by that become an interdependent relationship or an interconnected relationship rather than codependent or stuck.
Yes, so here we see the image of the butterfly again. And so we've gone from the caterpillar, infinity, stuck loop, to the chrysalis, where we shift our mental focus and our intention to aim for the connection. And then we get to the butterfly, where we actually see the fruits of our efforts. And rather than that stuck loop kind of canceling out the body of the butterfly, which is the part that coordinates the two sets of wings. And in this metaphor, I may have forgotten to mention, but each set of wings is one partner. So we have a left set of wings, one partner, and a right set, which is the other partner, but we need the relationship and the connection between them. So with the stuck loops, we kind of cancel out the connection or destroy the relationship. And by the time we get to the butterfly stage of each module, we've learned how to build that connection and co-create with efforts from both partners, that body of the butterfly that coordinates the two sets of wings so that they can fly harmoniously together. So this one is moving from two separate people to, there's now three. There's the two partners and the relationship that they share. So it's all about what works. It's all about how to complement one another. It's both and instead of either or. And it's creative.
Right, and as we know, this is what we learn from nature, that in nature we see all those opposing forces, opposite forces everywhere, day and night, male, female, summer and winter, right? We see that everywhere, the contrasting forces that sustain balance. And we're really learning from nature, taking all these metaphors from nature in order to teach couples how to balance these opposing forces and really use them in order to create that third shared space or harmony where we begin to emulate nature and its connection. We teach them how humans are a unique part of the system and how, unlike the rest of nature, we have a choice to evolve and to create this balance consciously, to really embrace all of these different opposites that show up in our couple relationships most powerfully. I think the couple relationship is where we discover the oppositeness in the most powerful way. And then we learn how to embrace these differences rather than fight them, and to see how we can complete each other, complement each other, rather than cancel each other out.
Yes, so we discover life's purpose through our little mini laboratory, which is our relationship. One partner might be more introverted and the other one more extroverted, or one might be messier and the other tidier. There's an infinite number of differences that we can encounter in our couple relationships. And whatever the difference is, it's up to each partner to reconcile these opposites and aim to build balance consciously. So relationships help us grow by providing this feedback and endless opportunities to evolve. And when we embrace this higher purpose, opposites stop being obstacles and become stepping stones to deeper connection.
Yeah, and for that to happen, then we need to become conscious of that inner mechanism that is driving us, where we seek pleasure, avoid pain. We know we call that the ego. Where to begin with, we treat our partners like something that we want to fulfill us, just like we like chocolate or we like fish. We want the chocolate or the fish because it makes us feel good. And we need to learn how to see this inner mechanism and how it's actually driving the pleasure away. That when we treat each other in this way and we try to pull the fulfillment and the enjoyment from the relationship into ourselves, then we're actually avoiding the richness and the beauty that can evolve between two people who learn how to give to each other and how to sustain one another, and by that transcend this mechanism keeping us stuck. So this is the part where we get to know human nature, and then we move on to the connection.
Yes, I love this picture. It's just an easy way to see how when we first get together in that honeymoon stage, we kind of have more common ground, and the center of each partner and then the center of the relationship are kind of close together. And then our desires, our priorities, they grow, they change, and over time we become out of sync with our partner. So your partner ends up having something new, exciting, or there's something different that you need to kind of face together. So the space between you grows and the connection doesn't feel quite as automatic. And this is completely natural. So desires do shift and needs evolve, but we want to know how to kind of close that gap at some point, rather than just drifting apart and ending up feeling like roommates or, I don't know, co-parents who raise kids together but don't share a couple connection, or business partners who pay bills together but don't feel connected as a couple. So we kind of drift like this. We have less common ground, and people tend to then turn to lots of third things where they're scrolling on their phones or working all the time or binge watching Netflix. And the real connection that they long for deep down inside is kind of drifting and fading into the background.
You're right. And then when we are in this consciousness, then we know that duality surfaces, the reality of the conflicting opposites that we were talking about. And these are just some examples of how this duality surfaces between couples. We were talking about pursuers and withdrawers. That's when we fight, right? That's the ego dance, when one of the people pursues, the other withdraws, and it just becomes this big fight. But we also have other dualities in relationships. We have talkers and listeners. We have thinkers and feelers, those who like to spend and those who like to save. People who are more into physical intimacy, and then the other partner might be more into emotional intimacy, right? Those who like to be in the moment, those who like to plan for the future, introverted and extroverted, tidy and messy, adventurer and nester, routine and spontaneous. So we see we have all of these dualities in our relationships, all of these dilemmas. And these differences can become obstacles when we are seeing them from that level of separateness of the ego. But when we learn how to approach them with the right kind of mindset and the intention to connect above our differences, they actually become our opportunities for growth, both individually and as a couple. And that is what we aim to teach, how to navigate all of these differences together in a way that benefits both people in the partnership.
Yes, and when all those dualities are surfacing, those are kind of like behavioral things you can see on the surface, but beneath the surface, there's deeper fears and longings that are kind of taking hold. People in couples become afraid of rejection. They long to feel desired, valued, and important to their partner, but with all the busyness, real connection gets kind of pushed aside. And walls go up, defenses kick in, vulnerability feels risky. So we end up with all of these experiences where before we were fulfilled, now we're lacking, we're deficient, we're feeling unloved and unheard, unwanted, unimportant, unappreciated, unseen, unvalidated, unsupported, unvalued, and unattractive. So this is where it becomes kind of painful, and the pleasure turns to pain slowly over time. So sometimes there's silence, sometimes there's explosive fights, but either way, the same unresolved patterns keep repeating, leaving both partners wanting more, but not knowing how to change it, how to get back to loving each other.
Right. And so doubts and questions surfaced. We ask ourselves, what happened? Where did the love go? Why did it end? Whose fault is it? And sometimes people ask, am I too much? Is it my fault? Is it me? Is my partner just incapable of meeting my needs? Am I inadequate? Why can't I ever seem to get it right with my partner? These are all these questions and doubts that surface when people really don't see that all of this is happening for a reason. All of this is part of a greater process that is happening to all of us in order to help us shift, right? So then when these doubts and questions surface, we start looking for answers. And in our course, we aim to provide these answers from a higher level.
Yes, we all crave connection, but let's be honest, most of us were never taught how to build and sustain authentic connection, especially in our love relationships. Nobody gave us a manual when we got together until now, because now we have this course which guides the way. So too many couples, though, end up settling, believing disconnection is just part of long-term love. And it doesn't have to be this way. The honeymoon phase wasn't meant to last. It's not that we want to go back to the honeymoon phase, because that was where we're kind of propped up by nature and hormones, and we don't have to make efforts. We don't have to try. Everything happens just easily and automatically. But the end of the honeymoon stage actually gives us an opportunity for our real love story to start with the real work that comes along with that. So this course, our journey, isn't just about settling for second best. It's about showing you what's possible when you finally have the tools to transform your relationship.
Right. And nature gives us the blueprint for interdependence. Just like we see in the natural world, we see how the human body is this intricate, interconnected system where every part plays a vital role, how the heart pumps blood, carrying the oxygen and from the lungs, right? And that reaches every cell. We have the immune system protecting against threats, the brain coordinating everything. Nothing functions in isolation. Everything depends on everything else. And really, there are no bad guys. So this interconnectedness reminds us that true balance isn't about one part being more important than another, but each finding their contribution to the whole, working together in harmony. It's really the same in a couple relationship, learning to see each other as equal, learning to see how each of us has an important contribution, and how both of us create a whole that is greater than the sum of our parts.
Yes, so here we are back with the butterfly metaphor again. And a butterfly is another perfect example of an integral system, just like the human body that Tal just spoke about. So again, its left and right sets of wings work together for survival, finding food, evading predators, regulating temperature, attracting mates, pollinating flowers. Every movement is a coordinated effort between the two sets of wings that allows the butterfly to thrive. And a couple is the same, with each partner being like one of the sets of wings. So two individuals come together, not just to coexist, but to create something greater than either could alone. And a dynamic synergy happens where each person strengthens the other through the connection that emerges between them. So you end up with three, as I think I said, not just two. So together you navigate life's challenges with two perspectives instead of one. You know that saying, two heads are better than one. Offering support to one another when times get tough. If one partner goes through some health issue or has extended family troubles, the other partner can fill in the gaps for them. So you share responsibilities, you lighten each other's load, and create a foundation of stability and security for one another. And beyond the challenges, you also amplify the joy in the relationship. Everything is more fun when it's shared. So successes feel sweeter Adventures become richer, and love fuels both personal and shared growth. When a couple learns to work consciously as an interdependent system, just like nature intended, connection deepens, resilience grows, and life becomes something you truly build together.
Right. And couple relationships are just one level. We know that interdependence is really the key to all relationships, whether between two people, two communities, two cultures, or two countries and the world at large. Really, the same principles apply that overlap in the Venn diagram or the body of the butterfly. It all represents that same shared space that we want to create, where connection, cooperation, and growth can happen. And so by learning to navigate differences and build true interdependence in your own couple relationship, you are contributing to something much bigger than you. When couples evolve, they set a foundation for stronger families, communities, and ultimately a more connected world. So the work that you do in your relationship really ripples outwards, helping humanity move towards true interdependence.
So the really good news is that if you find yourself kind of in that place where your relationship has lost its luster and you're longing for something more in the connection with your partner, we can get into the driver's seat ourselves in our lives and in our couple relationships. As we know, everything in nature operates on instinct. So birds migrate, flowers bloom, animals hunt, all driven by an internal autopilot. But as humans, we're given something unique, the ability to choose. Unlike the other creatures, we're not bound by instinct alone. We have the power to take control and step into the driver's seat and steer where we're going with intention. So letting nature take its course isn't enough, or just hoping that you fall back in love again, or that maybe you just need to be with someone else and you'll feel that same excitement again. This isn't what we're destined to do as human beings. If we want to grow, both as individuals and as couples, we have to actively shape our connection. This means making conscious choices and breaking old patterns that don't work, and creating a relationship that doesn't just happen, but is intentionally built.
Yes, and when we build it intentionally, we basically draw this power, a third power, into our relationship called love, which consciously connects us.
Yes, so love is what bridges all the divides that we find ourselves in couple relationships, whether it has to do with those common topics that couples fight about: money, sex, in-laws, jobs around the house, something else. I don't know if you remember the fifth one, Tal. But when you both aim to connect, you can bridge all those divides.
Yeah, so to finalize this short talk about couple relationships, your love story really is just beginning. When that honeymoon stage ends, the hormones fade, that's just the beginning of the story. That's where we begin to learn how to consciously connect. That's where the real good stuff begins, where we can really learn to evolve as human beings, to move beyond that self-absorbed perspective and really intentionally build the space where true connection thrives, true deep love, that purple overlap in the Venn diagram between blue and red, where something greater happens between us, the body of the butterfly. It's about shifting from those stuck loops that really keeps us suffering in our relationships into a synergy and emergence, allowing something much deeper and more beautiful and meaningful to fulfill us and take shape. So your relationship isn't just about staying together or surviving together. It's a path of growth, a journey that brings purpose and meaning to your life. Love isn't just about what you get from it. It's about what you create together and give to each other. Thank you, everyone. That was
Thank
it.
you so much. Thank you for this great inspiration here for all of us. I think it's very deep and meaningful what you brought to us. And yes, let's see what questions we have. And we have Dr. Pines here. Please go ahead.
Yes, I was extremely impressed. You seem to introduce like a sort of in your Venn diagram of the intersection, a sort of a middle line. It's taking like a higher similarity of form that kind of brings together two individual like a difference, like almost like a right and a left together. I'm wondering, in addition, but what was amazing is how you've brought that, so to speak, laterally at the level of couples and relationships, into all various different kinds of forms. As you said, the concern, one wants the window shut, one wants to open, the introvert, extrovert, those sort of things. I'm just wondering if we look at also lateral, which you briefly mentioned, but I mean, I can, based on, let's say, the approach of Murray Gell-Mann and the forming the Santa Fe Institute, the idea of very simple principles working all the way up into different levels of complexity. Bring up this, but the withdraw and attack type of thing with the couples that we were showing at the beginning seems very reminiscent of what the Russians did regarding this war strategy regarding the French invasion during the Napoleonic era, and then the German invasion of World War II, as well as Mao and the communist Chinese in their successful revolution. But down below, you also have the situation like with quantum mechanics. You have the particles that either break up totally into the universe as separate, or they're linked together in entanglement as one thing, no separation whatsoever. But there is a middle line where there's like a larger, but they discovered years back, a larger kind of particle formation, which has a partial entanglement. Yet there's an individuality and yet entangled. They do see this. So we see this at all different levels. You brought that up too, but I'm wondering if you looked into maybe in partnering in different areas, actually within IHUD, that what you've done masterfully in the lateral examination, going up that ladder at all the lateral points, in other words, forming like a two-dimensional of hierarchy systems down through the couple level, through the individual level, and back down, 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 down. As well, in that. So we have like a two-dimensional, now the height and the width.
So we have this question here. Thank you. Do you see this as a possibility? Please go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Elliot. Yeah, it's so true with quantum physics, with international relations, all these macro and micro. We can use a different, the expanding things or going smaller with a microscope, and it's all the same. So we haven't considered reaching beyond couple work. However, I would say that the 8 principles that we've identified and this metaphor with the butterfly and the 2 sets of wings, just like the one slide showed, those 2 sets of wings can be 2 couples creating a little couples community. They can be 2 communities making a greater community, 2 cultures, 2 countries. So these 8 principles of interdependence, I do believe, apply to international relations on the grandest scale, as well as this work we're doing on the microcosmic level. I don't know if you want to add, Tal.
Yeah, I think also the caterpillar to butterfly metaphor also very relevant to the world at large, that we know that we've entered that stage where humanity is that caterpillar that's satiated, that is now going through the chaos of the chrysalis and needs to emerge as a butterfly. So definitely it's all very relevant to humanity as a whole. And that's what makes it so fascinating. Definitely we're open to expansion.
Great. So that's a good prospect here for us. Thank you. And so let's see. We are close to our roundtable discussion, but we are also aware of our interest here. So we can only maybe take one more question. And I think, Ernest, we need to let the lady ask if you would allow me to. So please go ahead and ask Natalya.
Да. Спасибо за очень интересную лекцию. Она близка мне, потому что я тоже занимаюсь в этом направлении, но больше концентрируюсь на детях, но тем не менее большую роль играет семья, и обращаю внимание также на те ситуации, которые вы так прекрасно изложили, и как вы с ними работаете. И хотела бы вот...
I'm not getting any English. I don't know if anyone else is.
Yes, it's the same for me here. So we have a topic with English translation, please. Could we check this?
Sorry to interrupt you, Natalya.
So hopefully we will.
Okay, check.
Yes, so I hear the English translator now. Great. So if you could please again ask your question in a very concise way. What is your question in one sentence, please?
Небольшую преамбулу все-таки скажу. Спасибо. Интересная лекция.
I want to say thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting, and it's close to what I do professionally. I work just as you with families, but I focus on children, though. However, there is a term, placenta, which is the common organ between mother and fetus. And there's a similar quote-unquote product between mother and father, which is the child. And so the child is similar as to mother, just as it is to father. So the question is, did you have a chance to use this objective reality, using this fact, how much it can strengthen
в качестве основы ребенка. Вот у вас были в этом направлении какие-то вот конкретные, эффективные техники? Или же, может быть, упражнения? Скажите, пожалуйста, может быть, что-то было с переводом, не могу ничего сказать, но вот как-то я не уловила. Может быть, из-за того, что нет времени, вы не озвучили это? Спасибо.
We didn't get the end of that translated.
Did you use the diadem? There is this diadem, if I understood correctly. So could you use this diadem to help people with the relationships? If I understood it correctly, she talked about placenta and it being as a diadem, and
yeah, I think actually in the New Life shows about relationships, he talks a lot about this example of the mother and child as an example for a couple of relationships as well. And we've also used this metaphor before of how within a couple of relationship, we are sometimes the mother, where we give and we support and we channel love. And then sometimes we're the baby who needs to be supported and needs to receive and to grow. And then interchangingly, we take on these different roles. But it is definitely also a very deep area to explore and to take examples from in couple relationships as well. It seems that everybody here has such great experience in different fields, and we're looking for the place where it all comes together, and I'm sure it's there.
Thank you so much for the presentation, for the questions, for the answers. Yes, we are looking for the place where it all comes together, and maybe it's in our heart, and maybe it's our common heart that we have here and that we just built together. Thank you for this presentation. And this was the last one we had today on the second day and actually on the whole conference. So let's make a point here that we feel again the place that we built together, the place that we might call the common heart, and where we feel all the impressions that we got in these 2 days of the conference. And I think there are a lot of impressions we had, and we want to continue by exploring what we found out. And we want to take this into the round table discussion now. We will take about like till 1915 in Central European time with the roundtable discussion. And if you have any more questions in regards to the last presentation, into regards to the other presentations, please send them to us. We will pass them on to our presenters, and we will make sure that you get the answer that you want and need. And now let's continue, and maybe we can see all of us here on the bigger picture, all the beautiful participants and presenters. Yes, just let us allow to feel the diversity of us coming together and finding and wanting to find a new unity in that coming together. And we want to deepen this awareness now in the round table discussion. And we know there are some rules, and we know them, but it's good to be reminded of the rules also for a roundtable discussion. So we have the rules now in a concise little video. So let's take it in. Thank you.
The rules of the round table. Around the table, no one is more important or less important. Everyone is equal and very important. We don't reject opinions or negate, but only collaborate. The real solution won't come from knowledge or verbal perfection, but only from our connection.
This is the key. It all comes from our connection, and this is what we want to do now. And we have prepared some questions for us, and we will have time, as I said, till 1915 Central European time. So that's about 35, almost 40 minutes. And we want to start with having the awareness and maybe to even feel the joy to keep exploring now together, to feel the open mind, the open heart that we said in the beginning. This is what leads us the furthest. It goes beyond any level of the mind. It goes when we come together, we will reach a degree that is above us, beyond us. So let's feel the joy in this exploration and in this opportunity that was given to us now. And we start with the first question. And we have this here now in our chat also. I'm going to read it for us. And we are happy to hear you. And please raise your hand again. The question is, what is the purpose for the development of nature? And how does it connect with the development we see in human civilization? So please, now we ask you as our experts. Each of us is an expert in his field, with his or her expertise, to bring it in and to add to our wisdom, to add it to our common heart. So this is the question for this. What is the purpose for the development of nature? What's your point of this? What's your take on this? And how does it connect with the development we see in human civilization? Let's hear our insights, our approaches, and as we said in the beginning, they can be very diverse, they can even contradict each other. We are able to include them as the points we are making for each other to highlight insights. So please raise your hand if you want to start exploring, sharing what is the purpose from your understanding for the development of nature and how does it connect with the development we see in human civilization. So please, there is Dr. Pines giving us more insights. Please go ahead.
Again, as I spoke about, I connect Burton Atlathy's general systems analysis and Nobel's purposeful analysis together. And the fact is that you're organizing to larger systems. There's a purpose. So the only purpose could be an ultimate unity, but a unity approaching as an integral unity, where although one stage above is a homogeneity, it's a homogeneity of purpose, of a higher, more complex purpose relating to other systems, which are differentiated and again come together, integrate, work with each other to find higher and higher purposes. So you have a total unity, but within a vast, approaching infinite integral system. That seems to be the purpose. And how are you doing with civilization? It's caught up in it. We've got, and the problem is we're going against the grain while we're, the peaking and all that, we're going against the grain. We have to find a way to smoothly work into the way that nature's directing us, calmly and smoothly for our own sake. So we're going to suffer a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, Ernest, it's up to you. Please, we want to hear your voice.
Thank you so much for this great gathering and hearing all these experts just enlightening. And thank you very much, really, for everybody. I would like actually to explore it and take it to the next step. We understood, at least my understanding was from the presentation, especially from Professor Kozlov, that there is a very important gap between the skill set and the impact of the skills of each individual of the society. And if this gap has a major impact, because a major impact, it can be both in the economy, on the different interests, or maybe so we heard about the integral egoism, okay, and how we are able actually to take the human nature and the individual egoism to align it together, okay, with the community, okay, in the interest of the global interest, okay, to make the whole world better. And how we can impact it. We have like around 50 to 70 to 100 participants, maybe more, okay? But I believe that we are able to make a contribution even by this gathering, and just to spread the word of the idea that if we are going just to work together, to hear each other, and was this a beautiful actually intro of this clip, okay, just work together, not to negate each other. We are already bringing actually the whole world, a whole humanity, to a sort of a balance point and the beginning of a positive, we're building a positive relationship, and that is definitely will bring to a global connection. That will be my interpretation to adding on. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but at least that is my feeling, and I'm taking out really from, it was a very, very enlightening session those days. Once again, thank you very much for everybody, presenters, organizers, everybody. Just thank you so much. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, and let us take a moment, maybe, Yasmin, if there are questions coming from our YouTube channels or social media, please let us know. We want to include them also. But of course, we want to include also voices that we have not heard yet today. So I'm encouraging also the participants here we have not heard yet, that I believe and we know this, every voice counts, and each of us can contribute. So you are encouraged to also include your voice, and maybe it's just one sentence, that's fine. Maybe it's two, but so please consider also to include yourself in this, because this makes us more intelligent if we also hear your voice. So let's continue here, and let me find a way. Okay, so we keep going. Please, Grigory, include your insight and your perspective.
Спасибо. Ну, мой доклад был, в общем, посвящен антропным принципам Поэтому я пробовал продемонстрировать, что в самом деле у природы есть цель. Хотя дискуссии вокруг этого вопроса ведутся огромные, есть она или нет. А если даже есть, и сейчас многие уже склоняются, что, видимо, есть, потому что очень много факторов вселенского уровня до микроскопических частиц и биологические всевозможные эксперименты показывают, насколько невозможно создать просто
So there are experiments in biology and very complicated and that show that it's very difficult to create something in biology, let alone working with conscience. There was a book by Strugatsky, Billion Years, and there was a story about the death of the universe, but human conscience can change this tendency.
Увеличение порядка во Вселенной. Может быть, и это цель. И это может сделать только объединенное человечество.
And only united humanity can save the planet. When we add order into this chaos.
В сторону единства, обеспечения безопасности всех, уважения прав каждого.
And if we do this, then we can turn the development of where we're going into something better. As Aleksander Kozlov said, that there has to be unification of above our diversity. Natalya?
Thank you. So I think the next one was Natalya was out, but no, yes, please go ahead.
Спасибо. Я, наверное, продолжу Григория. Мы, скорее всего, даже не скорее всего, а вот как бы эволюция говорит об этом, что мы должны вернуться
the whole evolution is talking to us that we have to return to unification that we used to have. And the question is how. So I think that from the position of my professional knowledge, since we people that are created by people, by society, meaning, and we realize the potential through the society. So we consist of stereotypes, and we need to change the paradigm of the stereotypes to continue to do what we are doing, the integral dissemination of integral upbringing and education for each society, for each culture, picking the right key to form a different stereotype that without each other we cannot live together. And then if we get 10% from the whole of humanity who have this kind of approach, this will change everything. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, let's include another voice here, please, Larisa.
I'm very thankful for our great conference that has raised so many questions, and now we are trying to answer them. Well, now we've experienced the COVID pandemic, and we saw that when people were sitting at home, we saw how nature was thriving. Animals were happy when people were sitting at home because the nature is harmony, is beauty, is love, and only people is not that. But it gives opportunity for us to think, who are we and where shall we start? And today we saw how our organism is also a part of nature and is harmonious within itself. And humanity is at the very early stage of development, I think. But when we come together like this and we discuss these topics, and we come to the conclusion that only putting together all our ideas and desires in a search of who we are, then a power jumps in that transforms us. And I think that the question is here isn't how much and how often we will talk about it based on the scientific research including that, and we will learn finally how to hear each other, how to feel each other. And I think that we shall start from family level.
Не отторгают друг друга. Вот это надо поймать, и это надо увеличить. И тогда будет гармония.
When, as we heard, the couple meets, they have love, and we need to stick to that. Try to do our best.
Thank you. And I think we have one more last question before we go to the next question. Please, or another insight, please. Go ahead, Ina.
Да, ну как бы уже было много сказано, что действительно целью человечества.
Yes, we've heard a lot already. But we have heard that the purpose of humanity is to come to harmony with nature. And that's the purpose of the nature, to bring humanity to harmony with nature. And we need to train and strengthen ourselves in this. Thank you.
Thank you. This was short enough to also take this insight here of Sergey. Please go ahead.
Да. Ну, мы видим, что разобщение ведет к самоуничтожению.
We see that when we are not united, it destroys us, and the nature gives us choice to change and come to unity. And if we reach unity, then we can live. Then we have future and we can develop and thrive. But if humanity chooses not this, then the result will be not good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have to make wise choices here, as we heard before in the presentation. So let's continue and find what we want to explore and share insights about the next question. And we will also put this here into our chat. So the next question is: the scientific community widely discusses the global civilizational crisis as a threat to human existence. What are the signs of this? Should we be concerned? So again, second question. The scientific community widely discusses the global civilizational crisis as a threat to human existence. What are the signs of this? Should we be concerned? So please share your perspective, your insight, maybe your field of expertise you are working on with us about in regards to the scientific community and our relationship to it. Dr. Pines, please, Elliot.
I apologize if you want somebody else to go first or give other people a chance. But on the quick, again, it comes back to this peaking thing. That basically, again, fractal peaking at all levels in education, in society, pollution national crises, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, things are instead of smoothly interacting, forming this integral system of differentiation at one level and forming, working together in that difference to form a greater whole, et cetera. They're banging up against each other. It's overwhelming that it's coming in this natural globalization force and it's being fought back, which is, against the grain and basically getting climb over the head. It can be smooth, delightful, and an expansion where we all become everybody, and we have that incredible consciousness, whatever it would mean, versus basically banging our heads continuously and suffering a great deal. This is really signs of crisis everywhere. Every conflict, every war, every protest, slavery, everything that's going on in the world, and those trying to throw out everybody else, those trying to conquer homogeneity, forcing the goose step. In other words, everybody has to be like me. Everybody has to follow my religion, my politics, my et cetera. You see it everywhere. I mean, unless somebody's blind, I don't think even a child can see it. Unfortunately, it can't be avoided discussing it with children.
Thank you. And here's Ernest, please. Oh, and Yasmin also. Let's hear Yasmin first. I didn't see this. Please, Yasmin.
Thank you very much for your kindness. Yes, it is. I think it's very important, and we should not be more concerned but alerted. And what we have learned during the 2 amazing conference days is that we have no other choice. The only choice that we have here is whether it goes through suffering or it can go gently through education. And what we are learning here through all the specialists in integrative methodologies is that we need to connect truthfully, meaningfully together, and not to push everything outside, but to correct ourselves. And I think this is really the main thing we should take from all of that, is that it is very good that we are alerted that there are signals that we cannot continue anymore like this, and we should take it as an invitation to develop. But we have the question we need to ask: in what direction do we want to continue, as historically we have in a very like childish way, or are we growing up now and to a next level? And I think the hand is there for us to take. So let's unite, let's continue unite. And I think, yes, that is my contribution. Thank you, Ernest.
Thank you, Yasmin. Yes, please, Ernest.
Thank you very much. I definitely would like to continue what I hear, but I would like to bring an example. Okay, because in the past it was a club of Budapest in Hungary. Okay, Hungary is in the news recently, both from as part of the European Union. Okay, but they have some different opinions. Okay, different partnerships. Okay, when the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, was in Hungary. Okay, just during this weekend. Okay, for different purposes. But the Club of Hungary was fostering. Okay, regarding the humanity and the development of the humanity, and already was putting together like different conferences. It's a lot of information available. Okay, to see how actually the humanity can develop, and instead of going to self-destruction or get the different warning signs, start to gain some positive indicators for as Franz mentioned, like partnerships, cooperation, collaboration. Even you can be actually in the business like a competitor. 2 businesses can compete, but the competition should be fair. It should be like a business oriented. It should be like a code of ethics involved. It should be built on trust and common interest, because it's not only 2 businesses. If we are not going once against each other, I understand that everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to make a profit. It's okay. It's natural. Okay, everybody wants to be a winner. But you have to be fair enough and consider others. When we are winning, you are running together, and not dropping on each other's toes, rather than helping each other to grow. And once we will understand that each course has very very well. Okay, that what we heard about this previous integral egoism. Okay, that this one actually, if you are going to funnel it and educate it to the right direction, the concept of integration will win and everywhere. And this one, I believe that for the concept of integration, like honesty, fairness, and trust, it should be built and it takes time. It's very important to cooperate and force there. That is actually the basic, actually pretty much the basis of foundation of all the activities and all the presentations that we have today. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the sharing and the sharings we heard so far. So we have another 15 minutes. So I would like to continue to the next question here. And because we worked out on 5 questions, I'm not sure if we can do them all, but let's take the next question here, number 3. And I'm going to share it here. What specific steps must the global community take to work towards sustainable human prosperity rather than self-destruction? So here we go more into the practical. What specific steps must the global community take to work towards sustainable human prosperity rather than self-destruction? Please go ahead. What are your insights? What are your suggestions in regards to specific steps? Yes, please, Natalya.
Кажется, мы двигаемся.
Natalia, I think that we're moving in the right direction.
Мы вкладываем свои усилия.
And we put our efforts into these programs, into these methodologies that we are developing.
Потому что это все идет через усилия, потому что это все идет через молитву. Пусть даже там мужчины и женщины.
And it all has power because it affects the society.
Я не могу этого объяснить, но это сгула. Потому что эти продукты удивительным образом.
Because this project that we are working on, they have power over society.
And here, please, Elliot.
Yeah, the multi-step, basically one, integral education for the young, especially because growing up in a situation. In that education, specifically, not only integrate, we want everybody involved in developing this. That's the other thing too. And then also societal-wise, we do what in a grander scale, what successful self-help organizations have done. And I would think in terms of Overeaters Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, etc., is that propaganda, but voluntary propaganda. In other words, everyone is going in fully knowing. That's exactly it. You're going to go into Overeaters. You're getting propaganda, but you want it. In other words, I understand that I'm being put in a suggestive environment to help me. I'm affected by that environment to go in a direction that's healthy for me. And I voluntarily enter knowing that I'm going to receive propaganda and psychological methods in order to help me accomplish what I want to do. And that we do this on a large scale where society realizes it through the education and such, and voluntarily means of propaganda. We see this all the time. We know what the news media can do. We know what mass psychology and in news media, social media, etc. If those powers that suggest and lead to all sorts of things, the people screaming for TikTok today, etc., good or bad, but they have that kind of control. I understand when the Congress in the United States was going to cancel them, and still is doing it, that like 100 million letters came in saying, don't do this. This is the kind of power they have. So we can turn all this for good instead of for evil, selfish reasons and different things. For good, we can do this. So the voluntary propaganda, as in self-help organizations, and integral education.
Thank you. So again, in regards to time, I'm a little bit aware, but let's hear Ernest before we go to the next question, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I will continue exactly from the point of integral education. My expertise is management systems, different management system, international standards, and my conclusion from this today's conference, that we have to come to the point that we are able to integrate all the sciences together, because all the sciences actually they are experts in different areas, but if you put all of them together, it will be one big combined puzzle, and that will be the real connection. And every expert or every consultant or every professional that will look in it, they will not look on their field of expertise. I know health and safety or environment or quality or chemistry or physics, but see the whole big picture, and his expertise as part of the whole big picture, and have to understand that I'm not watching the tree, but I can see actually the forest also. And that is very important. And we will try to see this holistic method to see everything from the big picture to the small one. We will be able actually to integrate everything, because we can consider that the small part is not less important than the whole system. And even the smallest part has a very integral and very important part in the whole mechanism. Together we will win. Thank you so much. Great job.
Thank you, thank you. And as you refer to science and the different approaches in science, I think it's a great transition into the next question. I'm sorry, Les, I would like to, I need to continue here, but this is exactly where we want to go to in the fourth question here. How can education and science help prevent global threats to humanity caused by the mismatch between technological progress and moral development of society? So again, how can education and science help prevent global threats to humanity caused by the mismatch between technological progress and moral development of society? Please go ahead, and we will continue this exploration. Please, Gregory. Yes, please, Gregory. Can you hear me all right? Please, Gregory.
Спасибо.
Yes.
По-моему, Эйнштейн сказал, что
Einstein said that all technological progress leads to a creation of a powerful bomb. So this progress technological is very dangerous. When there is a gap between this progress in technology and science and moral and ethical norms in society. And there is another danger. Is lack of jobs, receding number of jobs, and it's going to be a very big problem for society. So integral education and upbringing that we are working on is very important, because it's going to help because of the social crises and demographic crises in the world. We see that there are countries where young people just don't have jobs and they don't know where to go. And where they go to, they go to support their lives through crimes and wars. They are used in wars. And so we disseminate education of connection is very important.
So what about the mismatch between technological progress and moral development of society? Please go ahead, Sergey.
Да, просто человечеству надо инструкцию.
Humanity needs to have an instruction of how to live on this planet and how to use everything that they have. And this instruction should just help people to have the right relationships and live the right life.
Please, Elliot. Yes, please, Elliot.
I'm sorry, I chose the unmute button. Science, unfortunately, has been, in a sense, prostituted. That it gets specific. It's used for specific egoistic reasons and specific causes. Global warming, nuclear issues, overpopulation, etc. Instead of the entire balance of, with science looking at the entire picture in balance and what our issues is. So science needs to go and do that, to look at the entire picture. And when one comes to it, one finds out that it will be human ego. In other words, everything points down to human ego. The old pogo, it's in the 1970s, it was actually based on ecology, but the statement, famous thing that it says, we found the enemy and it is us. So, not him, not this, but all of us, and we have to change this. And then the method, science develops the methods of which we can change, how we can fight the ego. The realization of this, by the way, Einstein and Freud, there was the thing from, well, why war? And in the end, both of them died with a hopeless thought. He expressed it, Freud, in Civilization, as discontents. Einstein expressed it as deathbed. They thought it was hopeless because of human ego, that the situation was hopeless, but we don't think it is. We see in nature in the 21st century, which they never got to see, that natural systems overcome this, and we can do it too. So we have to develop the science to clearly point out the problem, clearly point out it's the ego, and clearly point out how we can do that, and through integral education and such. And that's where education comes in. We have the science of it, what's necessary, and then to implement it through integral education.
Thank you. Now, Larisa, please.
Да, спасибо. Всегда человечество основывалось на
Thank you.
увеличении своего
Humanity has been basing its life on ego, on increasing ego, developing knowledge. I think that our society should put upbringing as a priority. I've heard that we just need one generation that was upbringing in an integral way. This will be enough to change humanity. And so first there should be upbringing of children and then education. Although they go together, but it looks like upbringing is the most important. And so how we can teach it, what's the methodology is important to know.
So last minute for our roundtable discussion, please, Alex, go ahead and give your insight.
Я вспоминаю легенду о том селении, которые жили где-то на
There was a story about a society that was living in some wilderness, and they have used all their water, and they decided that they would go just in different directions, and those that one who will find water, they will call the rest. And so they went away, and one found a lot of resources, but now there is a problem. How is it going to get the rest? Because they're all far away. And so he was screaming, hoping that they will hear. And it's similar to where we are today. We are screaming, but we cannot hear each other, although we have all the resources. And so we have to just use everything we have to spread this methodology. Integral understanding. And we just need to believe that this will change.
Thank you so much, Spasiba Bolshoi. Yes, this marks the end of our roundtable discussion, and we are coming to a closure here of our conference today. But before we will listen to our host also, we want to give you something to chew on, because we want you to stay connected with us. So there is a question for you that if you want, you can share it afterwards in our social media outlets. And it goes like, after the inspiration we got during the conference about the interdependence of humanity, what do you see as the next step to find a new unity in humanity? So if you have an insight, a tool, something that you should say, this is for us for the next step to take, please share this on our social media sites, where we will just also give you the links to our different media outlets. We are on LinkedIn, there's a website, of course, ehud.world. We have a YouTube channel, EHUD channel. We are on Facebook. We are on Instagram, of course, also on LinkedIn. So we have all these beautiful possibilities to share, and they are going to be shared also here in this Zoom now. Here you have it. So please click on the link that you would like to share. And again, the question is, if you want to share with us, after the inspiration we got during the conference about the interdependence of humanity, what do you see as the next step to find a new unity in humanity? So, having said this, we are coming to a conclusion of our conference. Before we do that, we would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to everyone who has contributed to the success of this event. Our organizing committee has shown unwavering dedication over the past several months to bring together an exceptional group of speakers and participants, and their hard work has been invaluable. The support of our Professor Ephraim Eliav and the executive committee have also been integral to the success of this conference. And importantly, a big thank you to all of the behind-the-scenes work of our many simultaneous translators and our technical support team, the Zoom chat moderators, broadcasters. So this would not be possible without their skilled efforts. And we also would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all of you, our attendees. Your engagement, enthusiasm, thoughtful contributions through questions, comments, insights have made this event a rich, collaborative, and rewarding experience for all of us. So if you would like to revisit any of the sessions, please know that the full conference recording will be available on our YouTube channel, the link to which has been shared in the chat. Additionally, for any remaining questions, feel free to send them to our conference email or chats, conference.ihud@gmail.com, and we will make sure to forward them to our speakers and ensure that you receive a response. We sincerely hope you found this conference meaningful, and we look forward to welcoming you again at our next event next year. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce our director, Professor Ephraim Eliav, who will offer some final thoughts on this remarkable event. Thank you all. Please.
Okay, dear colleagues and friends, as our 6th International IHUD conference draws close, I sit before you with a whole head and enriched mind. For these 2 remarkable days, we have collectively demonstrated that very principles that our Institute champions, unity through diversity, interdisciplinary collaboration, and the power of integrative collective wisdom. Today's presentations completed the comprehensive picture we began painting yesterday. From Dr. Peresypkina's connective function balance model to our final roundtable discussion, we have examine human development from individual, interpersonal, social, and even global perspectives. What strikes me the most powerfully is how our discussions have naturally connected across seemingly disparate fields. When Dr. Kozlov spoke about the limits of progress and the need for the new scientific paradigm, it resonated with Dr. Averbach's exploration of collective integral consciousness as a path to revealing true reality. When Ms. Green and Ms. Mandelbaum shared insights on connected couple relationship, it completed our early discussion on family integrity and child development. These natural connections remind us that knowledge flourishes not in isolation, but in relationship, like humanity itself. The challenges facing our world today require precisely this type of integrative thinking, the ability to see connectionness across boundaries, synthesize diverse perspectives, and recognize the underlying unity within apparent diversity. As you return to your homes and institutions, I encourage you to become ambassadors of this integrative approach. Share these ideas with colleagues, implement these concepts in your work, and continue our conversations there. The IHUD is committed to supporting your efforts. As you have already heard it from our wonderful moderator, we have website, web resources, and all this community remains available as you apply these principles in your unique context. Please stay connected with us and each other. This network of relationships is perhaps the most valuable outcome of our time together. Thank you to each speaker for your valuable contribution and every participant for your engaged presence here, and our organization and team for making this event possible. Well, I would like also to give a special thanks to Jasmine Flum. She is the head of the Swiss branch of IHUD, and also she is a general manager of this conference. Professor Mariam Abogassia, she is head of the scientific conference committee. Translation team, which is rather numerous, this team was led by Larisa Peresypkina. We have greatest moderators online: Grace Ledbetter, Gianni Conti, Joachim Wechnet, and also we have on the web moderators Larisa Kornilova, Ina Kameneva, same Jasmine Flum, and Mariam Abogassia. Have great broadcast and technical support team: Marek Silas-John, Pavel Svirdenko, and Ruslan Amirov. All these people have really contributed a lot. Until we meet again, may we continue growing together toward humanity's unified development. I wish all of you success and flourishing, and see you at our following IHUD events. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye. Спасибо.
Thank you. Спасибо.